Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0 themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0 themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0 themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0 themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. but there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue: Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date: July 5th, 2025. Time: 10 a.m. Every day, millions unknowingly consume.
Conference 2.0, and we're back bigger and better.
Of course, of course. Celebrate yourselves for being here. Do it better, do it better, do it louder. Let me feel your energy. Come on.
All right. So last year we had the maiden edition of the Health and Vitality Conference, and we had several lineup of conversations across multiple specialties come to educate us on pertinent health issues, including hypertension, cardiovascular health, psychiatric health, and even reproductive health. And this year, it promises to be much more better.
Yes, of course. This year, we are back bigger and better. And I'm sure that at the end of today, from the array of speakers that are lined up, we are going to be going back home with a wealth of wisdom. Somebody say wealth of wisdom. Of course. All
right, so right about now, to kickstart things for the day and to charge this atmosphere, please receive with me the head of the medical department of the Household of David for the opening prayer. Let's be upstanding, please.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So you shall be praying unto the Lord and praying unto the Lord for the Health and Vitality Conference. And I'm sure that you agree that this is a church of not only worship, but also a church of prayer as well. And we shall be praying and reading the scripture. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 24 says, "But unto them which are called both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God and the wisdom of God." So you shall be praying for this conference and praying that the Spirit of the Lord would flow, praying that as we listen, we don't only hear and listen, we are transformed, we are changed, that every participant receives light, every participant receives wisdom, and the power of God is available to heal all. That we don't just come here to just receive wisdom and knowledge, but we also come here to be beneficiaries of miracles, that there shall be testimonies in the name of Jesus. Father, we put today into your hands and ask that your grace speaks for us in the name of Jesus, that both the wisdom of God and the power of God will be felt in the name of Jesus. How God, anointed Jesus of Nazareth with the Holy Ghost and with power, that he went about doing good and healing all that were oppressed of the devil. That as we come today, lives are changed, lives are transformed, people are healed, people receive freedom, and we will never be the same again. In Jesus Christ's name we have prayed. Amen.
We give one more round of applause to Dr. Yewande Adeshida. Thank you very much, ma. The atmosphere is set, our minds are allowed to receive today, and our hearts are open.
Yes, and to kickstart things and get right into the order of the day, as patriotic citizens of our beloved country, Nigeria, we are going to be opening this conference today with a special rendition of the national anthem. Please receive with me Brother Olakunle Olawiyi from the Western Choir of the Household of David, the River of Life. A round of applause as he comes up on stage.
Thank you.
Wow.
Can we give one more round of applause to Brother Kunle Olawuyi? Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful rendition of the national anthem and for instilling in us yet again the spirit of patriotism. Right now, we're going to be doing something very fun. You can have our seats, please. We're going to be doing something very exciting, right? So last year, the first edition was themed Doctors, Clinics, and You. And we had several top physicians across multiple specialties. And they enlightened us on several pertinent health issues, ranging from hypertension to blood sugar, to geriatric health, pediatric health, and even reproductive health. And then this year,
we are back yet again with a lineup of speakers that are going to be educating us on various aspects of our health. So I want you to sit back, relax, and be ready to learn. Are you ready for that? Are you ready? Of course. This year is themed Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. And I'm sure that at the end of today's conference, our eyes will be open to all of the choices that we might have been making in the dark. So we are going to play a game very shortly. We are going to do something. Are you ready for us? All right.
So we're going to come right into the audience just to get a feel of your pulse and see what your expectations are of this conference. Are we together? All right. So don't be scared when I come to you. Don't be scared. Just a few questions to see what you're expecting and then how we can best serve you today. So this lady looks very nice and welcoming. So good morning, ma'am. What's the name, please?
My name is Chinechere Precious.
Nice to meet you. So were you at the Health and Vitality Conference 1.0 last year? Oh, awesome. But then you're here today at the second edition. What are your expectations today? What do you hope to achieve at the end of this conference today?
Okay, so my expectations, I'm here to stay, updated on the latest trends, research findings in the food industry, because I'm a food vendor, so I want to be updated on anything that is happening, and also I'm expecting that by the end of this conference, I'll be motivated to, make positive impact in my industry too.
All right, let's give it up for Chinechere. She expects that at the end of this conference, she's better informed about health decisions and then learn the latest trends in food and health. Thank you, Chinechere.
Thank you very much. So for gender balance, can I have a male? Someone who was around last year and is here today as well. A volunteer. You see, the female, they've done us well already. So my gender is already ably represented. So can I have a male in the house? Wow. Wow. Okay, any volunteer? Any volunteer? Any volunteer? Just want to say what your expectations are and how it was for you last year if you were here. And if you were not here last year, that's fine as well. Any volunteer? Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm just going to give somebody. Oh, we have a volunteer. Celebrate this brother. Celebrate him. So I'm going to go right to meet him. Please stand, sir. Please stand. Please stand. Celebrate. You did not raise up your hand, so celebrate him now.
So it's the same thing. I want to get information about health, basically, and I want to hear. I know that there's always something new to hear.
Give a round of applause for that, brother.
Thank you very much.
Okay. To get right into the business of the day and not waste any much further of our time. So we're going to be receiving now, for the opening remarks, the pastor over the medical department of the Household of David. Can we please be upstanding as we receive and welcome Pastor Ayo Olusonya for the opening remarks.
Thank you. We may all be seated. Good morning, everyone. All right. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all to the second edition of our Health and Vitality Conference with the theme Food and Health, Making Safe and Sustainable Choices. I'm actually quite excited about this particular theme. As a church, we are not only called to minister to the spiritual needs of our community, but we are also very particular about the holistic well-being, of the community that we serve, right? And this conference speaks to that commitment, and I think that's a very good place to clap. This conference is the vision of our senior pastor, Pastor Shola Oshumakinde. He is the visionary. He is the one that came up with the concept, the idea, and everything. And our job is just to implement. All right. Now, talking about the theme of this year's conference, it's important to note that in our nation today, we are actually facing a very critical challenge, with the widespread use of harmful substances, in food production and preservation. I'm sure some of you who are very conversant with social media would have been seeing some videos that have been flying around, especially ones where you see somebody washing fruits inside gutter, and stuff like that, using paracetamol, to soften meat, right? Some of you go to Booker's, and you see all sorts. Some of the practices that we've seen online, they are not just dangerous, but they are deeply troubling, right? From a moral and ethical standpoint, it's a big problem that we really need to address head on. And this conference is not just about facts and figures, right? It's more importantly a call to action, right? So over the next few hours, we're going to be engaging in a lot of insightful presentations and panel discussions, right? We've put together a mix of leading experts that will be talking to us all, right from the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on health, that's Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi. A round of applause for that. She's on her way, and she'll be joining us shortly. We also have someone we are expecting, the Associate Professor of Public Health, Dr. Alero Roberts, right? We have currently in the house Dr. Orode Doherty, who is a consultant pediatrician. And then we also have someone we are expecting who is not new to the house. She's a friend of the house. That's Dr. Modukwe Elebute Odunsi. She's a consultant hematologist and the founder of Marcel Roots Cancer Center. All right. We also have a special guest appearance in the person of Dr. Bodurin Oshikumaya. She's the She's the Executive Secretary of Lagos State Blood Transfusion Services, and she'll be talking to us briefly about the importance of blood transfusion. All right. As I said, we are going to be having lots of insightful presentations and, a panel discussion. And I want to urge every one of us to be actively involved. Let's participate as much as possible. Get your questions ready. And also be ready to share your own insights, right, in the course of the presentation. And I want us to take this conference, as, with a spirit of learning and collaboration, right? And I believe that at the end of today, we will have something to glean and something to take home, and your time will not be wasted in any way or form. Now, if at any point during the conference you would like to use the restroom, if you are new to this auditorium, you can access the convenience by the rear door to my left, right? And then, of course, if you have any questions, you can always ask any of the ushers. Thank you very much, and God bless you. We look forward to an engaging session. And I would also, before I leave, want to just appreciate some of our partners. We have Duchess International Hospital. We have Master Root Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, and then we have Al Jollard Hospital and Insight Plus Healthcare. All right. Can we just put our hands together for them? All right. All right. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the morning. God bless you.
Please let's celebrate Pastor Oyo one more time. Do it louder, do it better. Come on.
All right, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, to kickstart things for the day, Our very first speaker is someone who we are truly, truly honored to have in the household of David and at the Health and Vitality Conference. If you would please be upstanding and receive with me Mr. Ogunleye Moses, who is currently the Deputy Director of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate, ably representing the Director General of NAFDAC. He will be lecturing us on the role of regulatory agencies in combating food and harmful practices.
Yeah, please keep
Can
clapping.
we make it louder, please?
Up on stage. Make it louder. Celebrate our first speaker. Keep clapping. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Ogunleye, as the moderator has said. I bring greetings from NAFDAC. It's a great pleasure to be in your midst today. Thank you, and you can all be seated. Without wasting much time, I will just go on to my presentation. My presentation centered on ensuring food safety, the role of regulatory agency in combating harmful practices, especially in our country. Okay. Then my contents, the presentation content, we have the introduction, we have the NAFDAC mandates, what is food safety, the role of NAFDAC in food safety. Then we have case study 1 and 2. Then the strategy for detecting and penalizing offender, importance of public health, and community engagement. Then conclusion. I go on to my project. I'm from Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate. In NAFDAC, we have so many directorates, but the directorate that is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring food safety. He is the Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate. And our main goal is to ensure that food manufactured, imported, exported, distributed, advertised, sold, and used in Nigeria meet the highest standard of food safety and quality, reasonably achievable, while offering good nutrition to the populace. Then we go on to the NAFDAC mandate. NAFDAC was established by Decree 15 of 1993, as amended in Decree 19 of 1999, and now NAFDAC Act Cap N1, Law of the Federation of Nigeria, 2024. The law empowers NAFDAC to regulate and control importation, exportation, manufacture, advertisement, distribution, sales, and use of food, drug, cosmetic, medical devices, bottled waters, and chemicals. All these are known as regulated products. 2. Then we ask ourselves, what is food safety? According to Codex Alimentarius Commission, he defined food safety as assurance that food will not cause harm to any consumer when it is prepared, heating according to intended use. And one of the major factors leading to food contamination during food preparation and storage is the temperature abuse. If it's not well properly cooked to the temperature that is required for that one, or it's not properly stored at the temperature required for that. We have a lot of storage abuse in the country, which ought not to be so. You see bottled water being stored, drinks, beverages, stored under the sun. Normally, when you get hold of a beverage, it will indicate the temperature you have to store that product. But most time, at times, we abuse this thing in the country, which ought not to be so. And when you talk about food safety, it all encompasses the processes right from the raw material to the finished product, the production. You talk about the storage and the distribution process until eventually you reach the final consumer. It has to meet all the requirements of food safety. Safety is one of the most important specifications of all products. The safety of fruit and vegetables start with agriculture, right from the farm to when it eventually gets to the final consumer. Then the codex alimentarius also states that food safety is a shared responsibility of the government. The government provides the law, the policy, the regulation, the guideline, and the enabling environment for the industry to survive. And it's now for the food operator at the industry to adapt the food safety system, especially the HACCP, Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point. Then they must have food safety management system, adapt all these things to enable them to provide safe food for the consumer. Then the consumer have a choice to make, informed choice to make. You are the gatekeeper of your own mouth. You are the one that will determine what to enter your mouth as an individual. Take, for instance, you have been buying tomato paste, 200 naira before, and all of a sudden you just see it in an open market. He's saying 100 naira. That call for a caution. You ask yourself, why is the price so low? Definitely, the production, when you talk about the production, the cost of the production of that thing is more than 100 naira. You want to come to your mind, it's either expired and relabeled, or maybe about to expire. There must have been something wrong before that individual can just be advertising. And we have a lot of side road, this thing. You fry akara here, you don't know the source of the oil that they have used several times, and they are still reusing again. It's not for you to make a right choice. And there are food vendors along the road, cook. This is the gutter, this is the drainage, and this is the pair the person is cooking. And people are still patronizing and buying. Though the times are hard, but you have a choice to make as an individual, what goes into your mouth as an individual. That's why it's the role of the government, the role of the industry, and the role of the consumer. You have the best choice to make in what you hear. Then we come, what is the role of NAFDAC in ensuring food safety? We have so many rules that we carry out that we cannot finish in this presentation alone. Number one, we carry out what is called good manufacturing practice in all the food establishment. We ensure, we inspect whether they comply to the standard or whether it's free for production of all the product they intend to provide, they intend to produce and supply to the public. Last, good manufacturing practice assessment of food and water establishment and food and water establishment and monitor continue compliance with relevant regulation, standard, and guidelines throughout inspection activity. Not only that, we also carry out inspection of supermarket, market, warehousing as a prerequisite for issuance of global listing license for supermarket operator, hotel, and food service establishment. We also carry out inspection into food packaging facility and warehouses as well, who intend to export their product to other countries, whether Africa or Europe. Not only we inspect, during the time of inspection, we also sample that semi-processed food for laboratory analysis to check whether they conform to the standard or not. Then we initiate development and participate in review and revising food regulation. We also participate in developing relevant Nigerian industrial standard, anchored by the Standard Organization of Nigeria. We develop guidelines and also develop, review, and revise food guidelines. Then we ensure that regulation governing food safety are implemented to assure food safety. Not only that, we participate in a national nutrition program and activities in collaboration with relevant ministry, department, and agency, as well as our development partner, to contribute in improving national nutrition indices. We also implement the provision of International Code of Market, breast meat substitute, and the national regulation, market of infant and young children food, and other designated product for registration and sale. Then, what step taken by NAFDA to mitigate the risks associated with diclofenac? We have a case study, step taken here by NAFDA. When it came out initially, and it was so rampant on the social media, then we have to 100 ml that was commonly used by people, but was abused by the people, was eventually banned in 2019, while the large volume was limited to certified agrochemical outlet. Not only that, we set aside as stakeholder the grain merchant, market vendors, and farmers to adhere strictly to the manufacturer guideline and restrain from direct applying the diclofenac to beans. Most especially, that is the product they normally use it for. Not only that, we also carry out laboratory analysis. Most of the beans that are being rejected is either they have weevil or the pesticide residue inside them is above the maximum level required for that one. We carry out laboratory tests to ensure pesticide residue do not exceed maximum limit for both in-country consumption and for those ones for export. And we have what we call the unannounced monitoring inspection that we normally carry out. We schedule, we go to warehouses, we also visit the food establishment industry and check for it. Then they phase out. Because of this, there are some chemicals that have been banned, outrightly banned completely. Even though they are registered, they have been outrightly banned in the country due to their proven toxicity. Next slide. Then these are some of the alerts that was issued by NAFDA. That you see it, NAFDA warned Nigeria against use of diclofenac sniffer. That was in June 2024. Then if we look at the NAFDAC page as well, you see NAFDAC alert use of agrochemical, just as sniffer for storage and preservation of commodity, beans and others. Then we list of complaint received as of December 2018. You see it, if you go to our website, you'll be able to see it there. Then other publication that was published on this, the use of sniffer in storage of grains, in storage of grain and cereals in Nigeria. The next slide. Then the case study, and that's the fufu of a home. I think it came out the same time with the use of paracetamol in softening the meat. The campaign started all over the country again. I think from the north, we started the campaign again against the danger of use of detergent, the use of paracetamol in softening the meat. They have their own reason. It's just for quick softening of the cassava and to make it white. which is very, very dangerous, harmful to human health. We could find out the result of it can eventually lead to cancer if care is not taken. What we do is when we receive such an allegation like that, even when we see it on the social media, what we do is to carry out investigate source an incident, and we also take action if there is need to do that. But one thing we must be sure, as Hazen, there are some posts that they post on the social media that in order to destroy the reputation on some other company, we have investigation and found out that are not true, which ought not to be. And people keep on circulating it, even the ones that are not in our country. I remember of a Milo that was being parked. I think it was in Syria or Singapore that the thing happened. It came into Nigeria, and we have to investigate and find out. The food industry concerned eventually knew that the thing did not happen in the country. We must verify the poll before we post, and that is the best way. And whenever we receive an alert like that or consumer complaint, we act on them by visiting the facility or the community that is concerned. This one was investigation. That investigation have uncovered distribution practice that some producers use to hasten the process of softening the root. The methods, as investigators, reveal the use of detergent, soda, soap, and potash in the process is not only unhealthy, but also pose a serious risk to consumer. It can lead to cancer eventually. Then the strategies of detecting and penalizing the offender. As we conduct routine inspection of registered food facility for compliance monitoring, we also carry out post-marketing. We have a directorate that is for this post-marketing surveillance of regulated product in collaboration with marketing authorization holder. We conduct regular market survey on regulated product for required regulatory action. Not only that, we conduct a thorough investigation into the production premises, and be it raw material, we also investigate that. We conduct appropriate tests, as I've told us earlier on, to ensure compliance with standard specification. There is also a provision for complaint related to NAFDAC. If you cannot visit any of our offices, you can always get across to this website or via this email and lay your complaint. Actually, when you get to them, they will forward it to the appropriate directorate that needs to carry out action on source complaint. Then the next slide. Strategy for detective NAFDAC enforcement activities are principally responsible for ensuring compliance with the agency mandate on regulatory activity. We have Adeniyi, that is Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, that coordinates all the activities of other directorates, whether zonal or state offices in all the NAFDAC nationwide, at the law enforcement arm of the agency, in line with the administration of criminal justice Act 2015, as stipulated in Section 1 of the enactment. We receive and investigate complaint, carry out, supervise the destruction, if there need be any violative product that we get that do not conform to specification. There is nobody need allowing it, getting it to the market. We, the owner consent, we destroy it. Dangerous, fake, counterfeit, substantial, expired, adulterated, or wholesome NAFDAC regulated product that do not conform to the standard. We carry out the destruction of that. Then we have the operation option. This one, they carry out in an Interpol Hero operation. Is centered in fighting against counterfeit food and also beverages in the country. Then it continues. Manufacturing and selling unregistered products is a serious violation of NAFDAC law The National Agency for Food and Drug and Control, NAFDA, has strictly forbid the production, the sales, importation, exportation, or distribution of any regulated product without NAFDA approval. If you see that one around, you can equally alert all. That means those are the packaged into retail pack sizes that have been packaged into retail pack sizes, labeled and sealed. You can refer them to us if you come across so. Legal consequence for manufacturers and sellers. Individuals involved in producing and selling unregistered items could face a fair legal penalty, which can include criminal prosecution according to Section 25 of NAFDA Act. A prescribed penalty for that offender, and this can include fine, it can include jail time or both upon conviction. We have civil liability, that's manufacturer and seller of unregistered food product may also be held responsible for any injury their product cause on the populace. Then I told us about products for confiscation. It does not mean the standard. The next thing, for those unregistered products to be destroyed. And if even it is a registered product and it's a substandard product that does not meet specification, there is no point in allowing it to go into the market. The next thing is to confiscate such product. These are some of the strategies for detecting and penalizing the offender. The next slide. The importance of public education and community engagement. We have this one often, time to time, especially with the industry, with our clients, with our stakeholders. We carry out this thing, public sensitization, be it on radio, and we have what the NAFDA Consumer Safety Club that also are for the, though therefore, this one, they have to promote the quality culture, especially for Nigeria youth, that reorientate the youth and redirect their energy away from social devices and antisocial behavior towards healthy habits and meaningful development. The NAFDA Consumer Safety Club serves as a platform for the promotion of NAFDA's fight against fake drug, substandard product, adulterated, unwholesome, regulated product as well. We use members as food soldiers for the reinvigoration of NAFDA anti-drug abuse and misuse campaign, and also assist with information flow on NAFDA regulatory activity, how NAFDA can help the populace, how NAFDA can be of help to people who may need assistance. The next slide. The importance of education and community engagement. As I've said, we organize industry outreaches, consumer education, and stakeholder engagement frequently, especially stakeholder engagement, where we exchange ideas and we also plan on the way forward, how we can meet the populace demand, how we can ensure that the right products are being produced and being circulated in the country. Engagement to provide regulatory information for positive impact. We engage and collaborate with relevant stakeholders, national, whether national or international, in relevant activity to implement and advance the mandate of the agency in food safety and nutrition. Then we also have what we call a day with Director General of NAFDA. It's a regular community engagement platform that is expected to provide a discourse and exchange of information which relate to our expectation from the regulated sector, and eventually we get feedback from the stakeholder. Then, in conclusion, just as I've said earlier on, food safety is not just a responsibility of a regulatory agency, it's a joint responsibility. as I've said, is the government. Government has a role to play. It's to provide the policy, the guideline, the regulation, and to provide an enabling environment as well. Then, as I've said, industry have a role to play, and everyone that produces food have a role to play. Ensure that what comes out of your factory, out of your store, out of your production room, meet the specific standard. And in order to do this, you must adopt the food safety management system. You must build hardship into your product. And you must produce quality food under safety, good and hygiene system, not just producing anyhow, food for the entire population. Then, as I've said, as you as an individual, yes, consumer, you have a role to play. Once again, I say you are the gatekeeper of your house. The time is so hard, people don't get what they want to eat. They only eat whatever comes to them. But you have a right choice to make as an individual. You make up your mind. Yes, with the little money, we can feed, and feed well, and still eat balanced diet. The vegetables are there. Then there are also things that are there that are not expensive, that we can eat there, that can keep our body fit and enable us to carry out our daily activity. Responsibility of government, the food industry, and the consumer. And in conclusion, I will say food safety is everyone's business. Thank you for listening.
Can we give one more round of applause to Dr. Ogunleye? Mr. Ogunleye. Household of David, we're a house of honor. Is this how we honor our guests? Let's raise it higher. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you one more time, sir. Thank you so much. It was indeed an eye-opener, and personally, I learned a number of things, and I believe that we are better enlightened about the regulatory policies around food and health, and the quality of our lives will be better because of it. Let's not sit just yet. Let's not sit just yet. At this point in time, I would like us to be upstanding as we receive the shepherd over this house, the set man over this great commission, the convener of the Health and Vitality Conference, and the senior pastor of the Household of David Church.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
you so much. Let me appreciate these wonderful people. And thank you, sir, for that presentation. Thank you. And then we have some of our speakers around, almost all, and we are glad to have you. Thank you, Mas. I don't know why the medical team decided to have ladies only. Except for representative of the NAFDAC chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Let's have a seat briefly. I'm wondering exactly what I'm to say. I'm not a doctor. I'm a pastor. But I have just 10 minutes or less to just say, to welcome everybody, and then to give a background to what we do. There is a reason why we do this, and this is the second edition of this conference. We had the first one last year when I decided, while talking to the leaders, and my idea of this meeting came from two places in the Bible. First of all, 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 24, the Bible says, Christ, the wisdom and the power of God. Said to those who believe, Christ, the wisdom and the power of God. When you talk about spiritual things, or you talk about the kingdom of God, you can be a Christian or you can be a religious person. Christianity sets free. It enlightens. Religion binds. And then it makes people to go through, just go around the cycle, and then people don't question or open their heart to learn. That's not the way of the Lord. Now, Christ, the wisdom and the power of God. In Christ, there are two aspects. You have wisdom, you have power. Power is when they pray for you and you are healed. Wisdom is where you know the information that will keep you in health. Wisdom is, and people tend to, even here right now, before I came up here, I just sent a message to all the leaders that are going to have a very tough meeting with me after the third service tomorrow, because I stressed this last week. When we have prayer meeting and we have thousands, when we have Sunday service, we have 3 services every Sunday, and we have overflow, and then we call for health conference where people will receive an information and people stay back at home. It's a shift that we, even as a church, we are trying to correct. In our religiosity, things that we need to learn, we think they are not important. What matters to us is just to begin to bombard heaven with prayer requests. And information can elongate your life. And information can save you. But in Africa in particular, we don't like information. Somebody said, and it's sad to hear this kind of statement, that if you want to keep something from a black man, keep it in a book. It's true. So, as a church, we are trying to contribute our own quota, providing a platform and an opportunity for experts to come and address people on some basic things that we should know that can help us to live a better life. Everything is not, I have prayed, I'm praying. You know, one of my friends invited one of the best consultants in terms of when it comes to career development and all those things to a church. Now, this guy charges about 10 million per person to appear in the conference. And some of his meetings, government will invite him and people will pay $10,000 to come in. He came to my friend's church free of charge to talk to the young people there. 80% of them were not in that meeting. If the pastor has said that let us pray about our career, everybody will gather. I don't know why. So this conference is an opportunity for us to learn the wisdom aspect of Christ. Now, permit me to say how important to God is what we eat. When he brought them out of the land of Egypt, he gave them rules as to what to eat and what not to eat. Food is very important to God. As a matter of fact, our Lord Jesus Christ said in Matthew 4:4, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word. But separate the two words, by bread alone, by every word. Jesus said, man should live by bread, but not bread alone. It can be bread and butter. It can be bread and sardine. But it must not be bread alone. But now here is the point. It shows that God is interested in what to eat. Man shall not live by, man should live by bread. That means from that statement, your life, part of your life is what to eat. And what to eat determines how well you live. Man shall not live by bread alone. That means man shall live by bread, but with something else. So again, that means man lives by bread. But only that the Lord said something must be added to the bread. But the point is, man lives by bread. Then remove the word bread, which in those days, largely they will use it for any kind of food. Man shall live by food. So this is God's express command, and this is how God views what we take. So it becomes necessary that we pay attention, especially in our day, in our time, in this nation, what we consume and the health implication of some of the things that we eat. At times, after praying, what God does is to allow you to hear something that you are going to act on. It is an irresponsible Christian that likes to pray for God to do something out there while you do nothing. So at times when you pray, God sends somebody, says something that helps you to adjust a part of your life, and then you are saved. That's God answering your prayer. So it is not every time that God heals by healing and anointing. I believe in it. We've seen a lot of miracles. I mean, I've seen in my life, I've seen every that. There's no doubt about that. But however, I don't joke with doctors also. And then I try to do my checkup. I listen to doctors. I read from experts from time to time. Even though I have visibly seen God's power too many of you can witness to this, but it doesn't stop me. And many members say, I talk to you when people come to me, Pastor, pray. But at times, have you spoken to a doctor? logically speaking, said, this place is paining me. Pastor, after you pray, I'm healed. Healed of what? We don't know. You understand what I'm saying? We can't even praise God as much as, but let's know. And then I've also spoken to some workers here, swallowing pills indiscriminately. I feel it's malaria. I see somebody 2 days ago. I said, how do you know what is doing you is malaria? She said that, well, this one. I said, well, I'm not a doctor, but it's not only malaria that makes you feel this way. But why don't you go do a test and before you start anti-malaria? And if you start swallowing these things without you have malaria, getting yourself into trouble. And these are the things we do. Because of the society we are in, there are so many abuses going on here and there. And as a church, we have decided to be different in helping people that thank God for the things of the Spirit. But part of the things of the Spirit is also to be well informed. It will help you. It will save you. It will save our family members. So this is the direction, and this is why we are having this conference. So I want to thank God for those of us that are here who have not left everything to prayer only, who have decided to open our heart to learn. And for others that will join us, and for those who are not here, well done. I can't, as a pastor, I can't force people, I can only say something. But this is still a good number, but I wish the old church, I wish everybody was here this morning to come and listen to this. Some will join later, but I wish. But are we ready to receive our speakers this morning? Are we ready to learn? So shall we rise? It's not in my place to invite them. The medical team will do that. But again, I just want to say to all our doctors, all our speakers around already, thank you, ma. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. This is Household of David. We appreciate this. All right, so can I hand over to, along that I'll go and sit at the back so I can learn properly. Every Sunday I sit at the front, but when it's not my turn, then it's my turn to learn. Amen. Are we ready? Yes, and then be prepared to ask questions if need be, please. Let's welcome the medical team again. Thank you.
Please keep clapping one more time. Let's celebrate our shepherd over this house. Thank you very much, sir. Please be seated. Please be seated. Right now, we are going to be having another insightful session from one of our speakers. But before I bring her up on stage, I would like us to look to the multimedia screen for our video citation.
Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi is an accomplished healthcare professional, policy advisor, and advocate for nursing excellence and women's inclusion in governance. She is a two-term member of the Lagos State Health Service Commission, 2015 to 2023, where she contributed significantly to healthcare policy and human resource development. She began her career in nursing at the University College Hospital, Ibadan, and went on to build an impressive academic portfolio, holding a Bachelor of Science with Honours in Health Services Management from the University of Manchester, UK. She also earned dual master's degrees in Nursing and Healthcare Administration from the University of Phoenix, Arizona, USA. In 2023, she completed her doctorate in Healthcare Administration, further solidifying her expertise in healthcare leadership and systems management. With professional nursing licenses in both the UK and US, Dr. Ogunyemi has held several senior leadership roles internationally. In 2013, she was the project lead for the establishment of the first ever nurse-led chemotherapy unit at Finchley Memorial Hospital in London, where she served as lead cancer nurse. She returned to Nigeria in 2014 and served as Director of Nursing at the Cardiac Renal Center, Gbagada. In the private sector, she worked as nurse consultant and director at Marcel Ruth Cancer Center in Victoria Island, Lagos. Dr. Ogunyemi is passionate about cancer care, leadership, and capacity building in the health sector. She has mentored numerous nurses and healthcare professionals through training and advocacy. She was recognized with a Transformational Leadership Award from Emory University Hospital in the United States in 2011. She is the co-founder of the Alpha Healthcare Initiative, an NGO committed to improving access to affordable healthcare for underprivileged women and children. A champion for women's participation in governance, Dr. Ogunyemi is the immediate past chairperson of the Women in Politics arm of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMBES. An avid football enthusiast, she is a dedicated Arsenal supporter. Dr. Ogunyemi is married and blessed with children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome.
Health and Vitality Conference. Make welcome the Special Advisor on Health to the Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi.
Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Everybody gets a laugh when they hear I'm an Arsenal supporter. I'm a real Arsenal. I'm a gunner. Yes, okay. I can see my people here. Absolutely. Don't worry. We're going to win a cup next season. In fact, 2 cups. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Pastor Shola, where is he? Where is he? Oh, in fact, you should have just done the health conference, honestly. Everything you were saying, it was like, okay, you've got it. You're really, really on point. Every single thing you said is true. A lot of us don't want to get the information, and the information is out there. So well done. Well done. So thank you for the team of Household of David for inviting me. It's a pleasure. I was discussing, and I'm glad my colleagues, my friends, my sisters are here. Dr. Duncan, Dr. Duarte. Sorry, I called her by her maiden name. Okay, sorry. Dr. Roberts. Dr. Duarte, and of course, one of my, is my colleague, Jo Jare, at Ministry of Health. No, you're not my, Dr. Shikoya, who heads our blood transfusion services. So it's wonderful to be here. Who doesn't like food? Who doesn't like food? Who has not eaten this morning? I haven't. But you know, by the time we finish, you're going to be hungry. So this mouth, it's just as important as the food, because the food goes in here. So we all eat. God help us. How many people say, bless this food, O Lord, in Jesus' name? Before you eat. Very important prayer. Extremely, extremely important. So even though I work for Lagos State, so I'm going to talk about policy. I don't want to take much out of my friends my sisters that are going to be talking, but you're going to hear the same thing really about food and health. Why do we need food? Why do we need food? Why in another 3-4 hours, those of us that have not eaten are going to say, I'm hungry. Because the body tells you it's hungry. And if you do not eat, you're weak, right? So we need food to build our body, to grow the children. And I'm glad Dr. Duarte is here, because she's going to talk about pediatrics and feeding our children and the kind of food that we feed our children. And in those days, our great-great-great-grandparents, they did not have those things that we have right now. Those packed foods, those things with all sorts of preservatives. They've added all sorts of things to make it sweet. If I open some of your fridges, I'm sure I'm going to find ice cream, something, Nutella, jam, all those things that our parents didn't have. But we have it. This is today. This is 2025, and we have no choice about it. However, food can also kill us. Food slowly kills some people, and they do not know. It's not that the information is not there. If you look at some packages of the foods that you eat, they actually write all the ingredients for you. But so food is not food. So there's good food and there's bad food. And then even when there's good food, there's some people who make the food for us that are not healthy, that are not hygienic, that don't wash their hands. So that's why I said, do you all pray when you eat? Because sometimes when we go to these restaurants and we're sitting there, we do not know how they made it. We do not know who made it. Sometimes the chef can come out and say, oh, did you enjoy the food, blah, 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 blah. But so sometimes food can cause diseases that we do not know. Even the water that we use can also be dirty. So from the government point of view is what I'm going to talk about the policies that we have. So I think you have my slides so that I don't miss it. Yeah, so food plays a significant role in shaping our health outcomes. And we want it to be positive, by the way, positive outcomes. From nutrition, because we need it to build our muscles, our organs, our brain needs food. And disease prevention to environmental sustainability. Sustainable food systems prioritize environmental stewardship, social equity, and economic viability, ensuring that food production and consumption promote human health. Safe food choices require awareness of food safety risks, understanding of food labeling and regulations, and adoption of safe food handling practices. So what do I mean by all that English? And you're all wondering, like, okay, English, sustainability, this and that. But the whole point of government is that we know, for example, we know that food, just like you know, food is important. We need it for nutrition, we need it for this. But not only that, it actually adds to the economy. So, you know, for example, in the market, you say that, oh, tomato is so expensive because it's coming from the north. Or the farmers, oh, it's raining, so now it's going to yam production or whatever. But government from NAFDAC, and thank you so much for that, I caught part of it. So I don't want to go into it, but I'm only going to talk about Lagos State, what we do in Lagos State. So this is kind of like my introduction, because you have to understand food that you eat. The NAFDAC rep, I'll say prof from NAFDAC. You may not be a prof, but I'll just say prof. So prof from NAFDAC said that their role is policy ensuring safety, which is what our role in Lagos State is. But they do national. We do Lagos. So I'm only going to basically talk about Lagos. What you put in your mouth is your responsibility. It is you. Whatever I eat is my responsibility. It's my choice. If I want to eat something from the buka, it's my choice. If I want to eat akara from the woman by the gutter where there are flies all over the place, it's my fault. It's my fault, yes, but it's my choice. What is government doing about it? Government is saying that anybody who wants to produce food must be registered. And we have oversight function in terms of ensuring that they meet up to the standard that we're talking about. And that is exactly what we're doing in Lagos State as well. That is the government's role. We can only do so much. And that's why you keep on hearing things like government cannot do it all alone. Government needs you. So for example, if you go somewhere to eat, the food tastes bad, you know the environment is bad, you need to report it to us. That's when we will now go there, and I'll go into all that, what we do anyway. Next slide, please. So policy intervention, we have this is all Lagos, by the way. We have what we call the Safe Plate Initiative to prevent foodborne illnesses and promote public health. Lagos State has introduced the Safe Plate Initiative. Oh, okay. Thank you. Which aims to ensure that every food handler undergoes compulsory health screening and food safety training. Let me give you an example of what happened. You all remember the cholera outbreak? Yes? So we have cholera all the time, by the way. Cholera is there. It's when it surpasses the numbers that we see in the hospital. That's when we know there's an outbreak. And then we alert the public, especially the community where it's come. So we do a lot of contact tracing. And one of the things we did was to ask, obviously we asked, what did you eat? Where did you get it from? And all that. And we traced it to tiger nut. We traced it to tiger nut drink. And I remember when I said we are looking into what people ate. I was on, I can't remember which TV program. And before you knew it, it was all over the punch that I said that tiger nut is bad for you and all that. But they missed the part that I actually said that if we're tracing it, a lot of them said they drank tiger nut. But anyway, apart from that, we traced it. We had a sample. We took it to our lab. We went to where they bought it. The person had run away. We had the bottle. There was a phone number on it. There was no NAFDAC registration. We called the number. The person picked up and said, yes, I'm not at home. We couldn't get an address. But we told the public. But there was no NAFDAC registration. Now, I know some of you will say, some of them have NAFDAC registration. It may be a lie or whatever. But most of them do not. So that's what we do. We ensure, we make sure, because it's all about the public. So if there's a bottle of some water here, and we know it is infected, and you all drink, you're going to be sick. You're going to be sick. So that's what we do about the Safe Plate Initiative. So anybody that is cooked, that has a restaurant, that is cooking, that is making tiger nut, that is making anything, has to be registered. Definitely with NAFDAC. Absolutely, that is a national policy. But in Lagos, we also have that as well. Food safety laws and regulations. There are laws and regulations that govern food safety practices, e.g. the Directorate of Environmental Health. So environmental health is under Ministry of Health, and occupational health and safety work closely with local governments to monitor food handling at the grassroots level, enforcing laws and regulations to prevent food safety infractions. And there are many. And one of the problems we actually go through is, so for example, 2 weeks ago, somebody in the public reported a particular eatery, and the environmental health people went there, and they wanted to look to assess the kitchen, and they refused. They said, no, you cannot come into our kitchen. Now, we're not going to force ourselves into anybody's kitchen, but of course we shut them down, and then we took them to court. It was when they were in court, before the court dates, that they started calling on the people that they knew, and they started calling me, and then I didn't know what had happened, and the environmental health officer called me, and we did a three-way sign. I said, so what happened? He said, they refused. They said, we are not entering their kitchen. And because they said that, we're saying they're not going to cook any more food. So we said, okay, we will hold off the court case, but we're going to enter your kitchen. Otherwise, we'll continue it. And we're on that right now. But that is what we do. And it is very, very important. We're even thinking furthermore that maybe people, just like hospitals, we register hospitals, we regulate them as well. Maybe there should be a sign that they're registered with Lagos State. And that way you, the public, can see that, okay, this place is safe. Because you're going to trust government to say that actually we've been to the kitchen, we've seen the handlers, they're tested. They're tested for hepatitis, all those kind of food stuff that you can get from your food, from eating food. So when you go to a restaurant and you're sitting down there, and most of us do, maybe we go for a birthday party or whatever, when we're ingesting this food, God help us, that is why you must always pray before. That one, I would say you should be religious. You've got to pray and say, God bless this food. So that whether it is flies or somebody that has hepatitis or somebody that has handled this food, God is going to remove it from that poison from my body. Amen. Big amen. Because, like I said, food can kill. Food can kill, and food kills slowly. Slowly. You just wonder what's in your gut. I read an article where somebody said that in those days, it was ogi. Very nutritious, better than tinned evaporated milk. True. They said there was akara, that our forefathers used to cook food slowly, and they'll make sure it is cooked. Now, they didn't have microwaves. Now we have the boxed things because, bang, you put it in the oven 1 minute, on a high, bang, the food is really, really hot, and we're all eating. We do it, I do it. I'm not saying I don't. But that it makes, because we're on the move. We're on the move. Packed lunch, boxed lunches, tinned food, Even my children, they had spaghetti that was in the can and all that. They all have preservatives. So we always encourage, we always say, please, please, please. I can't stop you from eating what you want to eat. And most of them are sweet. And there's a reason why they're sweet. There are things there. All the junk foods that we eat. Our children love Burger King and all that. In those days, they didn't have them. And so this article I read said that, why don't we just go back to basics? Why must we do the Western world thing? And we're so blessed with all sorts of food. I'm not standing here saying that you shouldn't eat all those foods. That's why I'm saying that I eat them or my children to eat them. But we have to be careful. So what I have done for myself and my family is that even when I want to buy something that's in the supermarket, I actually look at the label. I actually have the information. Like Pastor said, you must get information. Learn. Don't rely on just or this. Oh, somebody ate this thing and it's so nutritious. It's so this and that. Me too, I'm going to go and eat it. What you're going to gain from all the other people that are going to speak, you must take it to heart. You must say things like, and I know some of you will probably say, hey, if we eat this, they say it's bad. And if we eat that one, they say, it's like, which one are we going to eat now? Eat the one your forefathers used to eat. They survived. Eat your eba, eat your aman, cook it really, really hard. Eat your ewedu, eat those things that we have grown without adding anything. Those of you who've traveled abroad, America, especially America, when you go to the supermarket, the apple is rosy. It shines. You can even see your face through the skin of that apple. They're all preservatives. It's to make them look bigger and juicy. You know, when you see something red, it's like, this is going to be sweet. No. Some of you have seen those videos, or those malams or all those people that they're using dirty water to use it. They add all sorts of things. They even add some kind of nylon thing. When I look at it, I just shake my head. But because when they present it to us, we buy them. And they taste so good. But when they get in our gut, they're harming the lining of our stomachs. They're lining it. So natural is always, always very good. So going back to the government point of view, like I said, I don't want to be going on there. I think the next slide, please. I was told it was here that I shouldn't go back. But guess what? It's still thin. So sorry, I'm going to turn. Sorry. Public awareness campaigns. These campaigns are essential in educating food vendors and consumers about safe food handling practices. The government can conduct regular campaigns to promote food safety awareness and encourage behavior change. We do this almost every day. Even for babies, you know, maternal and child health mortality, part of it is to teach our mothers what to cook for their babies. Every time, wash your hands. Even though you're not even cooking, before you go and eat or touch something to eat, wash your hands with free-flowing water. Hand washing, to let you know, just in case, it's not the sanitizer. Hand washing is the best, most effective way of preventing infection from your hand to your food to your mouth. Everything goes in this mouth. Takes all sorts of things. It takes abuse, your teeth, everything in this man, everything goes in. They always say that the food that somebody ingests into your entire body, it's what makes you. I'm not talking about weight. I'm not talking about anything. You've got to wash your hand. Anybody bringing you food, your people, your cook, those of you who have cooks, who have house girls or whatever, you've got to teach them that this running water, you must wash your hand before you touch anything. Those fruits that have been outside that we all buy, whether it's apple or whatever, it's been out there, all the dust, all the dirt and everything. And we're so hungry. We're in the car, we're in traffic, and all those people are by our windows. Come and buy this, come and buy that. They've used their finger to touch their nose. They've scratched their body. They've got, it's disgusting, isn't it? But guess what? You eat it. You put it in your mouth. So if you know you want to buy something on the side of the road, always have a bottle of water in your car so that, and I know the traffic can be bad. Have a bottle of water. If you have to buy, just make sure you wash it. Wash before you eat it. That's the whole point. And your children, it's not even just you. When you start teaching your children from when they're young, always wash your hand. This is your food. I've packed it for you. Don't let somebody else, whatever. Don't share this. Don't share that. It's very, very important so they don't get sick. And by the way, when you food illnesses, apart from cholera and all that, even with cholera, nausea, vomiting, whatever, you may think that, we'll take Imodium or whatever. When you lose all those electrolytes, it can actually kill. You can die from just the diarrhea and vomiting because it's just so much and your body can only take so much. So food handling is so important. So we do a lot of public, especially in the primary healthcare settings, especially in the communities where we do know that they've had disease outbreaks. We do that a lot. Everywhere we go, and you can do that too. You can do it in the church. I don't know whether they sell food after church on Sundays in this church. It's a big church. I don't know whether they're vendors. They must wash their hands. It must be clean. And then where they store the food. I've had food poisoning before. I won't mention the name of the hotel. It was in Nigeria, but it was really, really bad. I was vomiting and I had diarrhea. And the thing is that when I ate that spaghetti, I will never forget because it's actually Even it was in my adult life, it has helped me put it off Singapore noodles with chicken. If I see it, I remember when I was vomiting. It was really, really bad. But when I was eating the chicken, maybe halfway through, or maybe about 4 or 5 spoonfuls, one of the chicken I tasted it was off. I actually tasted it, that it was off. So I left it. I did not eat it. Because once that happens, when you taste something that is off, you just put it on the side. You don't eat the rest of it. And a few hours later, like 3 a.m. at night, I got up, I had diarrhea. When I say diarrhea, I'm talking about, I know it sounds disgusting when you're talking about poop, but I mean, we're facing facts here. I was vomiting. I ended up in the hospital, IV drip, IV this, IV that. Of course, I reported to the owners of the thing. They were sorry. They were, I can stay for free. I said, tell them, I'm not going to pay you after you gave me diarrhea and vomiting. But seriously, they were because they're not really like that. And the chef came, I said, you have, what they did, and I think they would never say they did it, was that when something is spoiled, and you must do this in your house as well, in your own private kitchen. If you've put food out for a long time in this heat, don't quickly put it back in the freezer. All you've done is you've frozen the toxins, you've frozen it to stay there. As soon as you bring it out again, you are eating, in fact, forget it. It's something that can kill, because that's the bottom line. It can lead to death. Don't sleep. And I know there's no NEPA, there's no whatever, then cook what you need to cook for that day and eat it, and that's the end of that. Don't cook so much, and then you're free, and then there's no NEPA for 2 days, and then you bring it out, and you go, it's not smelling, it's still good. It's not good. Seriously. No, I say that because there was one day I went to my mother's house and her cook said, I said, is there any food? And then he said, oh, we have. I said, when did you cook that? About 2 days ago, it's been in the fridge. I said, she brought it and then I said, that's how you test. Or what? I said, that's how you test my mother's food to see whether my mother doesn't even do 24 hours eating after food and all that. But that's what we all do. When we think that, is it spoiled? It's not. Trust me, if your instinct tells you it's probably spoiled, the fact that you are even smelling it means that it's spoiled. Because the top may not be spoiled, but when you now put it, rice is easy because it's slimy. Some things are slimy. Don't manage food that you feel that has gone. Honestly, it is very, very important that you ensure that you do not eat food that has not been cooked properly or that you have left out for a while and is not dry. Moving on so that I don't take too much time. Capacity building the capacity of food safety regulators and law enforcement agencies is vital. There should be training programs that equip agencies with the necessary skills and knowledge to enforce food safety laws and effectively. And that's what we do in Ministry of Health. All the environmental officers, they always go for training, retraining in the community. And as you know, in our primary healthcare settings, they've been divided into 6 districts. So we've got districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that we can actually cater for a smaller. Lagos is big. Lagos is the center of excellence. We know that. We know Lagos, everybody follows Lagos. Lagos, they take last. Lagos is fantastic, aquatic splendor. I'm a Lagosian, and I know that it is, and I'm very, very proud to be a Lagos. But so many people come to Lagos. Over 3,000 a day. Lagos is the smallest state, and yet 12% of the population of Lagos, of Nigeria, is from Lagos. Where are we going to put everybody? And we don't kick anybody out. We don't have borders like that. So there's a strain on everything that we give you in terms of services. That's why I said Lagos government cannot do it alone. And the governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is doing, he puts money where his mouth is. Anytime you hear us talk, it's because we've invested money into it. But sometimes we fail because you're not listening. So we go in there, we campaign, do this. We give free food that cost us billions. All those vendors that were giving out the free foods, they came for training. We go for training because we don't know it all. We learn about new chemicals that are not good for you. We let you know. We tell you this thing is not good, but you still eat it. We try and remove people from the roadside. You see all these kite people, moving people and all that away from the people complain that we're wicked. But it's all for your safety. At the end of the day, it's what will keep you safe. You all want to live long, healthy lives. And like Pastor said, it's not all about prayer. God only helps those who help themselves, but he will hear your prayer. But if you don't do your own part, that's why I said that he should have just continued preaching for the next 1 hour and we're done. Because he got it right. We're not listening. We're not. So when you see us in Lagos doing certain things, shutting down kitchens, shutting down this, just because it's your favorite place to go and eat, and the person is said, you don't mind Memo? After all, I pay my taxes. I'm sure most of you don't pay your taxes, but we're not here for taxes. We're not going to go there. Yeah. After all, I pay my taxes. I've paid them. They keep on asking for this. They keep on asking for... We shut it down for a reason. Because of you. Because of you. Because of you. Because we care. We want you to be safe when you eat. What's the point of going to work, earning your money, whatever, and the next thing that you ingest is what is going to make you ill? So that's what the policies are driven, arrived at through the objective of ensuring that what you eat will not kill you. That's basically the bottom line. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits, which is what I've basically said? Effective policy interventions can lead to improved public health outcomes by reducing the incidences of foodborne illnesses. For you to have confidence wherever you go and eat that at least we're monitoring and regulating all the people that give you food. When consumers have confidence in the safety of food products, they are more likely to purchase and consume them, which can boost the local economy. Safe food production and the protection of public health can also have economic benefits, which is what I've said, such as an increase in trade and tourism. So if you go to a restaurant and they really do well and the food is fantastic, one person is going to tell the other person, you're going to tell the other person, look at Dirty December last year. The food vendors made a hell of a lot of it. Shawarma is one of those things that they've just made money galore. Everybody has it here and there, and people love it. The children love it. It's grilled chicken. It's got some vegetables in it and all that. But are they cooking it safely? Are they handling it safely? That's where we come into. You choose what you want to eat. And so when people buy and people are making this and they're making money, boosting the economy is that you will come and pay your taxes. So that's LIRS, because I'm not here as a tax person. So if you're a food vendor here and you're making money, pay your taxes, because they're going to come after you. Because those taxes, we need it to help the environmental health officers, for us to continue regulating, for us to support NAFDAC, because we listen to what NAFDAC would tell us, by the way, this, that is banned. We have to translate that into the local government. We have to go to the communities. Don't eat this anymore. People fight us for different things, but it's all for your own safety. Next, please. So, collaboration. Collaboration, government agencies, private sector organizations, civil society groups are critical in ensuring safe food production and protecting public health. We cannot do it alone. We need you as partners, collaborators, to help us ensure that what we're trying to achieve, we actually achieve it. We do regular inspections and monitoring of food establishments, and which can help prevent safety infractions and ensure compliance with regulations. So all those kitchens, all those people that make food, they already know the standard. And we can never go below that standard. They know what they need to do, running water. We cannot start finding cockroaches in your kitchen. Once you find a cockroach in the kitchen, you're shut down until you do your pest whatever. Food should not be on the floor in any shape or form. Because we have rodents, we have rats. They pee and they bring diseases as well. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Because when one person gets a disease and that person is not hygienic, doesn't wash their hands, and they make food, it passes on. It's just like that. It's that law. One person gets it, second person will get it, third person will get it, and all that. If they should wear masks, they should cover their hair. Things that fall out of dirty hair. and all those big fat wigs that have attracted dust. And so the person is doing like this and doing like this and doing like this, and you don't know that the thing is falling into your plate. Those are, it might sound like, It's very important. Very, very, very important. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, policy interventions for safe food production and public health protection requires a comprehensive approach that involves multi-stakeholders and strategies. So we have an open policy in terms of if you have any suggestions, if you know anywhere where you went to eat and you got diarrhea, and the onus is on you to come and tell us. It doesn't matter whether it's your auntie's restaurant, you must come and tell us. Don't tell your auntie that you're going to report, just report. You can do it anonymously. We don't tell them that this person reported. Because guess what? That illness that you have could actually be worse on somebody else and the person can die from it. So you are your brother's. If I go to a restaurant and it's a mess, the place smells, or I find hair, I find little bits of ants or fly in my food, I will make noise. And then I will report so that they can just come and check them. And they could actually be okay. Even when we do the inspection, they could actually be okay. Maybe at that particular moment, when you opened the door, the fly followed you because your perfume was so whatever, and it was you that the fly followed. So you are even the one that brought the fly in there and all that. But what we do is we go into the kitchen, we look at all the people that are making the food, and we ask them questions, and then, they pass. Just like you would do in your own kitchen. So we need to work together to ensure a safer food environment and protect the health and well-being of all our Lagos residents. So please, all I'm saying is that this is what the government is doing. We can only regulate this far. We cannot regulate all the restaurants in the whole of Lagos. It's just so huge. Anytime I pass restaurant, I just say, I wonder whether this restaurant is safe. I wonder whether this one is safe. So the onus is on you. And even if you do not go to restaurants, in your house itself, where you keep your food, where you even keep your plates, when you go to parties, please, seriously, very, very important, because you don't know where it's coming from. So I know my sisters here are going to even go further onto the types of food and what you need to do and whatever. My task was just to tell you from a government policy, and I've added some nuggets in there in terms of what you eat. So enjoy your food for the rest of the day. Make sure it is well cooked. Make sure it is sweet, and protect your family, and just do any information that you get, please take it home and hold on to it, because we're here on our own Saturday morning. By the way, I was saying Dr. Roberts, I said, only this church could have brought me out on Saturday morning, and it is raining. It was raining, and we had a very, very busy week. All of them, everybody here, honestly, but because we love you, and because we care about you, and we're all in the health sector, we do not want to hear that people died from food diseases or whatever. And anytime there's an outbreak and we let you know, please take heed. Don't say it is not my portion. Don't say I am covered with the blood of Jesus. Your stomach getting dirt, the blood of Jesus is not inside it, right? And you're the one putting it in. That means you are defying what God told you that you should do. Be clean and everything, and then you're adding dirty water. Yes? So thank you so much. It's nice talking to you. Up Arsenal.
Health and Vitality Conference 2.0.
Health and Vitality Conference 2.0. Can we give it up for Dr. Ogunyemi? Make it louder, make it louder. All right. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Dr. Ogunyemi. It's such a privilege to have you here at the Health and Vitality Conference. And it was such an insightful session. Powerful. I learned personally a number of things. And hearing her talk about all those foods, even shawarma, really? Wow. God help us, really. God help us. But then there's something that you can do to help the government to make our food safer for us. If you see something, say something. Exactly. So moving on, our next speaker will be educating us on the public health implications of unsafe food practices. If you could please all turn to the multimedia screens now for her video citation.
Our special guest for the day. Dr. Alero Ann Roberts holds a Bachelor of Science, BSc Hons, from the Faculty of Science, University of Lagos, and obtained her Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS, from the University of Lagos College of Medicine in 1985. She later pursued a Master of Public Health, MPH, which she completed in 2000, and subsequently joined the University of Lagos as a faculty member in the Department of Community Health and Primary Care within the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Currently an associate professor and honorary consultant at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, she is actively engaged in teaching, service delivery, and research. Dr. Roberts' research primarily focuses on childhood development, early infant and young child nutrition, child survival, and primary healthcare service delivery methodology courses for both undergraduate and postgraduate students, and serves as the course coordinator for research methodology at the University of Lagos Business School. She has also facilitated the training of medical students and resident doctors in early childhood development and community-based care for children in disadvantaged circumstances. She is deeply committed to mentoring the next generation of professionals, ensuring they reach their full career potential. Additionally, she previously held the position of Cervicom Nodal Officer at Luth for 8 years. As an active member of the Association of Public Health Physicians in Lagos State, Dr. Roberts plays a key role in health information and education, participating in health education press briefings as part of the risk communication team. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome.
Keep celebrating.
Give it up for Dr. Alero Roberts.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats. And thank you again, Dr. Kemi Orode. Dupe, how are you? Nice to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important topic, and I'm glad you're here. The only silly question is the question you do not ask. So I implore you, Pastor Shola said it, you may raise your hands at any time and ask a question. So we're talking about the public health implications of unsafe food practices. And I think it's important that we first begin by defining unsafe food practices. So these are behaviors or conditions that allow food to become contaminated or spoiled, leading to illness. And the issue is relevant because contaminated food affects not only your individual health, you heard about Dr. Kemi's very unfortunate hospital stay, but it also affects families, communities, and the economy, the small-scale and large-scale economy. So we'll look at the scale of the problem. Next slide, please. So unsafe food practices take many forms, and you have to think of it throughout the entire food value chain. We're talking about from farming, processing the farmed products, transporting the farmed product. How many of you remember tomato Ebola? When tomato was now 1,000 naira for one tomato, and we all started sharing recipes on how to make food without tomato. Very good. So you can see where unsafe food practices do come in and start causing problems for everybody. The other thing that we're not usually sure of, and I think that's a very good depiction that you see on the scale, is this cross-contamination between raw and uncooked, cooked and uncooked food. Very many of us have one cutting board in our house, in the kitchen. Whether you're cutting chicken, or you're cutting onion, or you're cutting pepper, it's the same thing. And the other day, I was asking, we had finished making stew for the whole family and everything. Then I asked them, I said, please cut me 2 oranges. Needless to say, the orange came tasting of pepper. But we are laughing now. But imagine that cross-contamination between food, raw and uncooked food. Next slide, please. So the issue is that the global burden of foodborne diseases is staggering. WHO estimates that 600 million people fall ill after consuming contaminated food. So this is not just a Nigerian problem. It has gone beyond a Lagos problem. It is a global problem. And it's getting worse because we all say Nigeria has happened to us. Globally, the world has happened to us. How many of you knew how much of your bread came from Ukrainian flour before the Ukraine-Russia crisis? You didn't know. You went out, the bakery was bringing out that lovely agege bread. You bought, you ate, not knowing that Russia-Ukraine was now going to affect the price of your bread. But it is important to realize that 420,000 deaths occur annually, and 40% of them are in children under 5. The commonest bacteria, Salmonella, think chicken and eggs. E. coli, think all meat and meat products, particularly the ones we like, abodi, shaki, those ones. Norovirus, think lettuce, cabbage, carrots, efo, particularly I think it's, which one? Ugu, that we put in, and we want to put it in at the end of the cooking so that it retains its crunch and it makes the eba go down very well. Please think norovirus. And listeria, think all canned products, particularly your tin tomato that you quickly want to go and buy. You opened it and put inside the stew. Next slide, please. So the truth of the matter is that unsafe food doesn't just cause mild discomfort or even a situation as serious as the diarrhea and vomiting that Dr. Kemi so graphically described for us. And I'm glad you went down that route, because it's important to note that it can be so bad. It can trigger. She has access to health care, and I bless God for her life. But I'll tell you a story. I'm watching the time, thank you. I'll tell you a story. I had a young lady helping me in the house help. And I thank God she had the courage. Bang, bang, bang on my bedroom door at 4 a.m. in the morning. What is the matter? Ma? Hey, Ma, please, my brother has he's been vomiting all night, and we are looking for money to take him to hospital. You are looking for money to take him? 4 a.m. she banged on my door. I said, where is he? He's a security guard somewhere in VI. I said, oh yeah, call Lag Ride immediately. Thank you, Lagos State. I don't usually praise government. Everybody knows me from television. I'm always abusing government. And I can abuse you and your arsenal because I'm holding the microphone. But Lagos State, full respect. Try. You have tried. Small. Can do better. You have tried small. I said, call Lag Ride. Take him straight to General Hospital, Lagos. Hold on. I said, I'll meet you there. I quickly jumped into my scrubs because that one gets me entry anywhere I go. Grabbed my house help. She was looking at me. We jumped into the car. We got to General Hospital just as the Lag Ride was bringing her brother in. Now imagine mid to late 20s, probably also a footballer, who knows? But he was absolutely prostrate. He was as limp as a rag doll. He had eaten something the night before and had been vomiting and stooling all night. And of course, as a typical man, all men stand up and take a bow. He felt, Shebi is just dumb vomiting and diarrhea. Shebi is just, this thing happens to me all the time. I will just chest it, jaw, nothing will happen. Until he had now realized that, wait, so water don't pass Gary. We got him there. Of course, my immediate suspicion was cholera. But the important thing was that, and this is something I'm going to mention, please, Pastor Shola, I'm going to beg you. Everybody here, if you are not on Lagos State Health Insurance, please don't come to church tomorrow and start to pray. Your prayer will not be heard. I've said it. And I'm not laughing and smiling with you. Because that was what saved him. When we got there, they don't know anything about him. You have to go here, pay. You have to do this, pay. How was he going to do it? This boy was going right before our eyes. Okpe Lashma. Quickly, they brought the cholera kits. Lagos State has a cholera kit. And it's fluid, intravenous fluid, giving sets, everything, including the swab and the plaster to insert. And I was standing there, I'm a doctor of 40 years, counted 1985. I watched how they put up a drip in this guy in less than 30 seconds. And within the first liter flowing into him, you could see, it was like, you could see him coming back to life. It was like how Gary swells when you pour water on it. But this is the problem, unsafe food practices. When we now took the history, exactly what Dr. Kemi said. He has been buying food from this place since he started working there. They know him, he knows them. Even when he doesn't have salary, his salary hasn't arrived, they will give him food. So he has complete trust in the source of the food. What happened? Maybe she brought out the meat to cook and something distracted her, and maybe she didn't cook it in time. And the toxin, or this one, because it turned out not to be cholera, they tested, and the toxin got in, and maybe she refrigerated, maybe when she cooked it, but it was too late, and he ate contaminated food. Next slide, please. So we're looking at certain groups that are at higher risk. Children, pregnant women, keep moving the slides. People in their extremes of life, very old, very young. People with immunosuppression. And don't just think HIV. Think of even the people with cancer. And then, let me shock you all. Who is at risk? Each and every one of us. This is not my portion matter. Each and every one of us. For as long as you are living in a low and middle income country with poor water, poor sanitation, poor education, poor health systems, you are at risk. So everybody is at risk. Next slide, please. So beyond the health impact, we have to recognize that poor food practices devastate economies. The outbreaks can erode public trust in the system generally. We all sit down and say, what's government even doing? They've told you what they are doing. But can government, honestly, I love Kemi with a passion. We've been friends for over 50 years. I know where she is. How many times have I called you since you took up that position? There's no way she can be in every single nook and cranny of the state, even though it's the smallest state in Nigeria, to see what every food vendor is doing. She can only work based on your reports. That's the first thing. We're talking about the farmers. We're talking about the transporters. We're talking about the food vendors. We're talking about the people who prepare the food. We're talking about you in your kitchen. Women, please stand up and take a bow. How many of you are guilty? You bring your handbag as you walk into the boss, what have you prepared? The handbag goes on the kitchen counter or on the dining table because it's an expensive bag. You don't put it on the floor. Guilty. You quickly run and open the pot. Then you remember to wash your hands. Guilty. You've contaminated the top of that pot already. You've contaminated the spoon. Then you remember to go and wash your hands. So these are the areas where you cause problems. So, next slide, please. We know Nigerian statistics that we've got widespread. We are battling cholera. We've been battling this outbreak for close to 2 years. And we know the reason why. But there's precious little individually we can do about it. Because like Kemi says, it's your choice. You saw the woman, she's selling puff-puff, she's selling akara beside the gutter that is full. 10 not quite 5 meters away, a young man is easing himself into that same gutter. But that akara is sweet. The paper she has used to wrap it, ho ho ho. Shall we go on? Next slide, please. So, this was a famous one. It got into the papers. 2018, foodborne botulism. Botulism is a particularly vicious killer of a foodborne disease. And what happened? Sir, NAFDAC, sir, I bow. You will have a hard job. And I really give you full respect. What happened? They have decided to start canning tomato in the house and selling. Maybe somebody's sister, brother somewhere is living in Gombe. They've had a bumper harvest. They say, oh yeah, we build to Lagos, we build to Lagos. And baskets of tomato has started coming to Lagos. It's come to Lagos, it's coming to somebody's house. And they decide that they know how to can and bottle tomato. Fair enough. We all buy, and this one is cheaper than going to buy the one in the markets that they are selling. So, several patients were affected. They were admitted with blurred vision, muscle weakness, respiratory distress. It was laboratory tests that picked up that it was botulism. Some of them, there were multiple hospitalizations all across the state. So first of all, they had access to health care. Go and buy your health insurance. If you don't show it tomorrow, don't come to church and start to pray. People died from respiratory failure. That's the problem with botulism. You can Google it and see. So this was an issue of the food producers, the home canning, poor practices, poor water supply, and people were buying poison to feed themselves and their families. Next slide, please. We are also battling a Lassa fever epidemic. This one has been on even before COVID started. In fact, there's a piece of research going on that is saying that, is there any way that Nigerians are developing a resistance to Lassa virus? Or is it that we are just not seeing the deaths? But we've been battling this thing. This is rodent to human transmission. So, typical. How many of you can confidently stand and beat your chest and say, there has not been a rat in my house in the last 1 month? Confidently stand up and beat your chest. There has not been a rat in my house in the last month. You lie bad. May God forgive you and may you all repent. You lie bad, as we say in my town. Because this is what we see. We go to markets. This is where we buy gari. This is where we buy beans, buy soya, and all the rest of it. And what happens is that these rats, they don't cuckoo use toilet paper when they go to toilets. Wherever they are, they want to ease themselves, they feel free. If it's on top of the food, ho ho ho. If it is on the packaging of the food, ho ho ho. That's the rest of it. But the Lassa fever is affecting us. And who is it? Pastor Shola, thank you, sir. I think, yes, I agree with Dr. Kemi. You needed to just go on and finish this lecture for us. Because you say, would that be malaria? That's how it just does me. My body will just be aching. My mouth will be bitter. My urine will be very dark. That is how it used to do me. And you go and self-medicate. Please. Dr. Ode is here. Dr. Dukbe is here. Dr. Kemi himself has told you. If I give you spot exam now, and say list 20 causes of body pain and fever, we'll be here for the next 1 hour. They'll still be listing. Not one of them will repeat themselves. I lie? There is no single condition that you can suffer from that will not give you that joint ache, bitter mouth, and dehydrated urine. Sorry. The problem that the Weibo man left with us was that the commonest cause was malaria. But let me just tell you something that I found out from my entomology colleagues in the University of Lagos. Less than 3% of fevers in Lagos State are caused by malaria for one reason and one reason only. Can you hear it in the background? Generator, which means diesel and fuel, which means all that residue is going into the water, the groundwater, where the mosquitoes used to breed. And unfortunately, it poisons them, so they cannot live long enough. How many of you remember your biology? JS3 biology, malaria life cycle. Remember, part of the life cycle of the malaria parasite was inside the mosquito, which meant that the mosquito had to live long enough for the parasite to finish replicating, for it to become transmissible to human beings. And unfortunately, because of this diesel matter, this petrol matter, this generator matter, we are finding that the mosquitoes are not living long enough. So there are mosquitoes, quite all right. Some of them are quite bold. They come to you brazenly in the middle of the day and bite you on the tip of your nose. But they are not living long enough to transmit malaria. So that body ache and pain you are feeling, could it be Lassa fever? Next slide, please. She has already talked about the cholera. Oh, we are on to the lead. This one was particularly sad, and we all remember this Zamfara, but it is still going on. And it's the same problem again, local economy, artisanal gold mining. And gold mining means that they generate a lot of lead byproducts and lead dust. And look at where she has kept her food. Inside the hut, outside the hut, in an environment that has been contaminated with lead dust. So there's contamination of food storage areas, which was the problem also with Lassa fever. And suddenly over 400 child deaths. This was what was reported. I put it to you that this was probably less than 1% of the actual numbers. Next slide, please. So, the cholera outbreak, she has spoken about it, but I feel compelled to mention, she said tiger nut. Tiger nut in itself does not transmit cholera. Whether you eat it whole or you make it into the milk, it is not the tiger nut. Because I was on that contact tracing team, they traced it to a particular source of tiger nut, which was probably washed with very, very dirty water. Okay? But unfortunately, we're all going through this health thing, tiger nut, turmeric, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, we have taken it to another level. So I just felt I needed to mention that. Next slide, please. So what are the drivers of the cholera outbreak? I think this slide tells its own story. The biggest driver of the cholera outbreak is unsafe water. Poor water supply. Worse still, poor sanitation and hygiene habits. Let's go on because this has been taken quite... This is another one. Unsafe food practices. This use of illegal additives to maximize products. And the question I ask, is it only ignorance? We all want to go and buy plantain. It must be bright yellow. We are buying bananas. It must be bright yellow. We want cherry mango. It must be that peculiar mango, orangey pink color. And that's the way we see it, and that's what we want to buy. How are we not being complicit in this demand for ripe food? So we have to be savvy. We have to get information. We have to be wise. We cannot expect that plantain is perfectly ripe and a perfect shape all year round. Next slide, please. A word about plastics. Lagos State. I tried, dear. Thank you. I've been on this plastics matter for over 20 years. Because where I live was a beautiful canal running through to the lagoon. Now it is a brightly colored sea of plastic. The problem with plastic, and please, we are all complicit in this, so nobody should even raise hand here. The problem is plastic are those micro bead plastics, plastic particles that are less than 5 millimeters in size that contaminate everything. The food you are eating, particularly the oceans, the lagoons, the fish. Even your ejakika, your shower, everything is now being contaminated with plastics. So we've got to be very, very, very aware. So when Lagos State is being harsh, and you know, in my house, they quarreled with me the other day, and I said, please, they shouldn't buy bread nylon anymore. You know bread nylon. Bread nylon is so convenient. Let me not lie. I'm very, very guilty. I buy the tomato plenty, and then we pack it into these bread nylons and put it in the freezer. I thought I was even being good in reusing the bread nylon, but I said no more. We're not using bread nylon anymore because Lagos State, have you banned it or you're planning to ban it? No, you've banned it. You were sealing up shops that were selling it. So I quickly sent word to my vendor and I said, please remove all that thing from your shop. Draw a line, count your cost. I don't mind, I will help you. Please, you have to change to something else. Buy the harder, thicker plastic bowls. Let's be using that. That one is even more reusable. So we've got to look at the dangers of ingesting this plastic. Can we go to the next slide? I think it is there. The unexpected consequences, move on, of that are that there's been a rise in these non-communicable diseases. Now, I intentionally wore this dress because I took my weight the other day and I've gone over. I'm in the overweight range, heading towards obese. I won't tell you what my weight is. It's too shameful. So whether we like it or not, 30% of deaths in Nigeria are now being linked to diet-related obesity, diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular conditions. He who has an ear. He who has an ear. And she that has an ear, don't only hear, please talk. Soros, okay. Please, we have to be more mindful of this. Please go to the next slide. I had a particular slide. I hope you took it off. It's such a shame. I had a slide which the media team have very kindly helped me to remove. Beans and corn. How many of you know beans and corn? How many of you have a mother or a grandmother that used to make that beans and has fresh corn in it? Oh, dear me, Lord. Right, you know. And I was having this conversation with the parents of a school, you know, my children used to go to. I had noticed that in the shopping cart was baked beans and cornflakes. And that's all my children will eat. And that's all my children will eat. You lie bad. Because there's no difference between that baked beans and cornflakes and ogi and akara. Is it not the same thing? That beans and corn that grandma used to make, then you eat it with boiled plantain. It's not the same thing. So whether we like it or not, food safety is not optional. It's a public health priority. And the unsafe food practices are largely preventable, mostly with education. But we do need coordination across all the sectors. I'm a public health physician and I'm very into this whole intersectoral collaboration thing. Thank you very much.
Somebody say, wow. Come on, celebrate Dr. Roberts one more time. Celebrate, celebrate. That was a humorous yet insightful and powerful session. Please have your seat. Thank you very much, Ma. So very quickly, we are moving to the next speaker. Personally, I've been learning and unlearning myself. And I'm sure you have been doing that as well. Somebody say, I hear. Say it louder, I hear. So very quickly, I want us to look to the multimedia screen for the citation of our next speaker.
It's an honor to introduce our special guest for the day. Dr. Elebute is the co-founder and CEO of Marcel Ruth Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, as well as the founder and chair of the Women in Healthcare Network. After qualifying from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos in 1986, Dr. Elebute completed her postgraduate training in internal medicine and hematology at Centres of Excellence in London. In the UK, Dr. Elebute held consultant and honorary senior lecturer posts at St George's Hospital, the National Blood Service, and King's College Hospital. She also has a well-established private practice at the Spire and Lister hospitals. In 2020, Dr. Elebute relocated to Nigeria to establish Marcel Ruth Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, a world-class one-stop center providing screening, diagnosis and treatment for cancers and other specialist medical conditions. At MRCC, she leads a highly skilled clinical team offering the highest standards of care with the latest treatments and technology, including West Africa's first state-of-the-art TrueBeam linear accelerator radiotherapy machine. Passionate about giving back, Dr. Elebute Odunsi established the Women in Healthcare Network, www.uihcn.org, a platform to support and mentor women across diverse healthcare organizations in both the public and private sectors working in Nigeria and in the diaspora. Dr. Elebute is a member of the American, British and European Societies of Hematology, the British Blood Transfusion Service, the African Organization for Research and Treatment in Cancer, AORTIC, the Nigerian Medical Association, and the Medical Women's Society of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome.
Please
Health and Vitality Conference, make some noise for Dr. Mojumbe Odunsi. Keep clapping till she gets up on stage. Come on, make some noise.
Please sit. Please sit. And thank you so very much for inviting me back. I don't know what I did last year, but I'm very, very pleased to be back here today. But before I start, may I just ask you to kindly congratulate, she's Professor Alera Roberts as of last week. Long awaited. We're so delighted. She's a full professor at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And also, I feel, actually, I don't even know, so delighted, but every speaker here is a member of the Women in Healthcare Network that we started just about 2 years ago. And we now have about 300 paid members, women in healthcare. So are there any women here that work in healthcare? Doctors, nurses, physio? Anybody? Pharmacists, healthcare tech, that's the name. Healthcare, finance. Please, Marie, find them. Please, we need you all. There's a lot of work to be done, as you can tell. So thank you very much. If I may have my slides, please. Actually, before I start, I was just going to say, the point of this today is not to say stop eating, because even when I was sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, everybody's going to think, shall I still eat after all this? I'm being told, diarrhea problems and so on and so forth. That's not the message. That's not the message at all. The message is that we need to sometimes look at our lifestyles because there can be problems or issues that come from not keeping food safe, not preparing food safely, and in particular, and I'm sure that Dr. Orededwati is going to also talk about, in particular from childhood. It's children are the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, and obviously those who are less, have not enough money, so they're sort of buying food from the roadside and so on. But the point of all this is not to stop you from eating your wonderful food, is to make sure that we check what we're doing and to do it in moderation. And I'm saying that because even though the links are about health and food at the moment are about the communicable diseases, I'm now going to link food to cancer. So I don't want to put you off totally, but I think we do need to be informed, we do need to be aware, and we do need to be able to educate the people around us about how to make sure that we are stopping ourselves from getting any problems, including both communicable and non-communicable diseases. So next slide, please. How on earth, you're all saying, is food linked to cancer? And then I know what's going to happen next is that most people are going to start saying, shall I eat sugar? Am I allowed to eat this? Am I allowed to do that? Most of what I'm saying, can I just start with this? that unless you eat a huge amount of these foods, that even the ones we're going to discuss, you're not really at risk of cancer. Okay, you'll have to be able to ingest quite a lot of it. But there are some things that you need to be thoughtful about, and in particular, really, so if you want to fall asleep now, it's just about safe practices that have already been highlighted very, very clearly already this morning. So food safety, has been said by all the previous 6 speakers, is a public health issue and one that we need to be aware of, and we need to take into consideration everything that is being put to us, both in the state and across the country. The fact that cancer rates are rising, people always ask me this question, and initially when I first came back and opened Marcel Ruth, I wasn't really sure, but now I think I'm able to share some data with you that is worrying, and therefore also comes back to how do we live our lives, how do we change our lifestyle habits to try and ensure that we are not at risk. So this slide, I'm not expecting you to look at it in detail, but there is data to show that there are hundreds of thousands of people who are dying from cancer across the world. And if you remember COVID, the COVID period, when all of us thought, oh my gosh, the world is coming to an end in that year, in 2020, everybody's dying from COVID. In fact, there were about 3 million deaths recorded from COVID, and in the same period, there were about 10 million deaths recorded from cancer. So even at that time that we can all remember that, oh my gosh, COVID, and so many people died, 3 times more people died from cancer than from COVID. Next slide, please. So this is data from Nigeria, but one thing I'm sure that Professor Roberts will tell you that we all struggle from in this part of the world is accurate data. You know, even the census, we think there are 200 million Nigerians living in the country. We think there are about 20 million living in Lagos, but actually in most places, data is not actually accurate. And so one of the things that we are trying to do, both at Marcel Ruth and in combination with the teaching hospitals and with the government, is to try and get proper data. So the data that I'm showing you here that says there were only about 100,000 people who died from cancer in that year, 2020, we don't really know, because a lot of the deaths are not really reported properly. There's now a move to improving cancer registries across the country, but we're just starting and we have a lot of work to do on that matter. Next slide, please. What we do know, we started Marcel Ruth, will be 5 years in December. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that before Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi morphed into her more senior, fantastic role, she was our director of nursing, having come back from the US, having done oncology nursing for more than 30 years. So we started Marcel Ruth with some very serious talent, some very serious people, because buildings and infrastructure are one thing, but you really need the expertise, the commitment, the passion to do the work that we're doing. And in the next slide, and I do apologize because this is not the updated slide, we've seen just over 5,000 patients at Marcel Ruth. Now, about 70 to 80% of the patients we see are cancer patients, but in one hospital, and of course we're a cancer hospital, so a lot of the patients come to us. But in 5 years, we've seen over 5,000 patients. We see around 100 new patients every month at Marcel Ruth, coming from across the country and now coming back from abroad, because now people understand that actually it's better to be amongst your family and your friends and your support, and also actually care is cheaper here than it is if you went abroad. But in particular, I want to bring up the point in the next slide, which is that we've seen almost 200 children with childhood cancers at Marcel Ruth. So I think there is a story here in terms of the fact that cancer is something that we should be concerned about. And where we can, because it's not everything that you can prevent, next slide please, but where we can, we should be thinking about how we can change our lifestyle habits. And that's one of the reasons why we're having these discussions. In fact, the biggest risk of getting cancer is getting older every day. So if anyone thinks about King Charles of England, I think maybe the moral of the story is you can't spend all your life waiting for one thing, right? The man waited for over 70-something years to become the king of England. And what hit him next? Diagnosed with cancer. The older you get, the more likely you are to get cancer, the longer you live. We can't change that. In fact, we're all hoping that we're going to live for a very long time, right? That's why one of the reasons why we come to church every Sunday, no? Right? Okay, but there are things that we can change. There are habits, smoking, tobacco, excess alcohol use, and of course today we're talking about nutrition, and most of the discussion has been about how the food is produced and kept and stored, but there's also the other aspect that I think Professor Roberts alluded to when she was talking about her weight. I don't know what she's talking about myself, frankly. Did you see any excess weight there? I don't understand though. Do you understand? You shouldn't come and make the rest of us feel bad, okay? All right, but it's also about eating food healthily. Everything in moderation and having every group of food on your plate, but also physical activity is part of it. She mentioned generators. I have a theory about that, and I'll come back to that later. Next slide, please. So, what is this link between food and cancers? Why am I even discussing it? Now, the real problem is that yes, there's some genetic risks of having cancer. There are people who have family histories of cancer, and we now know that there's some genes that predispose to cancer. For example, how many of you know Angelina Jolie? Angelina Jolie? All the women in the house? Yes, yeah. Who found that she had something called the BRCA gene, BRCA, because her aunt, her mother, her grandmother had all suffered from breast cancer. And this gene is now being shown to actually predispose to people getting breast cancer, but other cancers as well. But with that knowledge, she removed both her breasts preventively to make sure that she doesn't get breast cancer. A little bit extreme, you might say, but each man to his own, and maybe actually she's not done the wrong thing. So there are some genetic risks of getting cancer. But we also now know that there are environmental risks of getting cancer. And actually, I think the generator and the pollution from cars, which is not regulated so much in this part of the world, we know are risks of getting cancer. But we also know that there are some what we call carcinogens that are also present in food. Now, carcinogens are basically substances that can affect the genes that we have and change even one or two proteins in that gene could actually end up with you a risk of getting cancer. And that's what we're discussing today. Next slide, please. So there are very, very well described carcinogens that can cause cancer. And some of them are illustrated here. And they're present particularly in red meats, in hot dogs, and so on. So I'm sure most of you know or will have heard of the fact that people are always saying, don't eat so much red meat. And that's the reason why. And these are actually well-proven scientific data that show that these substances, sometimes in the meat already, but also sometimes because of the way the meat is prepared, and also when it's left around for a while. Next slide, please. So coming back to home, because we can talk about things in the world, but things are different in our part of the world. And so to make this a very practical conversation so that you understand what our risks are in this part of this world, we still have a massive issue with pesticides. Because obviously the farmers need to increase their produce and make sure their produce, as was illustrated, look better, look more like you would want to buy it over the counter or in the marketplace. All right? So pesticides are still being sprayed over our fruits and vegetables. There are some parts in the world now where this is actually illegal and cannot be done, obviously, but we don't have that here. We have a lot of organic farming going on, actually, a lot, right? But I think that the organic farmers always feel that they're hard done by because they can't produce as much, because it's the pesticides and so on that keep the fruits from dying and then from producing more. So it's a bit less economically viable if you're not doing all these things, but it's something that we need to think of. The additives that are added to make the food look better, the oranges look brighter, and the melon and so on and so forth are also problems. Then there's the heavy metals in the food and water. We've heard these stories, particularly in sort of the oil and gas parts of the world, the country, in the Middle Belt, Delta sort of area where the waste products have gone into the water, the fish. Do you remember Ken Saro-Wiwa? Does anybody remember? And all the stories that he, and the books that he wrote, yet actually he was killed because he spoke out, but actually what he was saying was true and remains true to date. Then there's aflatoxins in grains and groundnuts. And actually, I think I'd only been back less than a year when we were seeing quite a lot of patients from that sort of also Middle Belt Delta sort of area with bile duct, gallbladder, liver cancers, pancreatic cancers, and apparently they have been linked, and there's some studies that have been done in the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research to show that these aflatoxins, they're in mold, basically. And in particular, the melon, we call it the egusi, right? They're dried, but they're not dried properly. And they go in ogbono and also, all those sort of seeds, right? So if you're buying it, and also the roadside people who used to sell them just in the open areas before, which might not have been bad, are now putting them into plastics, right, to sell them because it's supposed to look cleaner and better. But the problem is they're not dried enough. Then you put them in plastic. Plastic has a little bit of warmth and humidity, which now makes them get moldy. But then we take it home and we put it in our stews. And that's part of the problem. And then there's obviously, as I talked about earlier on, formalin and all sorts of preservatives in meat and fish. Next slide, please. So don't forget whatever is written. What is in the background of this slide? Suya. Yes? Okay. So, but those on top is these are the carcinogens that can be found in suya. Not because the meat itself was a problem. It's just the way in which the meat is grilled at very, very high temperatures and then left on the roadside. And the smoke generated around the suya. I know, I feel bad already because at the end of this talk, nobody's going to want to eat anything. but I think, obviously, if you're not eating suya every single day and you're not eating hundreds of grams of suya, but you just need to be mindful of that. And it's so interesting, actually, the kind of things that we are not also aware. My son has a really bad nut allergy, peanut allergy, and came, when we came to Lagos from on holiday once, he's very, very, aware about it. If he goes anywhere, he'll ask whether there's, peanut oil and so on and so forth. Anyway, he went out with his friends. They were all eating suya, as was described in that newspaper, but it all smells nice, it's all very good. He asked the question, and everybody said, no, there's no suya. He ate the suya, and we ended up in hospital because the paste they use on top of suya is made with peanuts. But what I'm saying is, when you ask people, most people are not aware or don't know, so it's things like that, right? But yeah, suya, there's a risk of carcinogens in suya, I'm sorry to say. Today is Truth Day. Before church tomorrow. Next slide. And so, next slide, please. We talked about aflatoxins. I've talked about it. Liver cancer, bile duct cancers, pancreatic tumors. The ones the nitrites in processed foods can cause colorectal cancers. Pesticides can cause blood cancers as well. Next slide. And again, this aflatoxin, just showing you what it actually looks like. It's a mold that's very well described. And it's something that I think people should be aware of because a lot of us use this sort of melon seeds and so on. So just be careful where you're buying it from. Is it dry? If there's any mold on it, now most of us take it for granted that that's just part of having egusi, seeds and everything. It has the mold. And so it's all fine. And it just, it's going to make it sweeter, right? But actually, we need to be a bit, aware that it could cause a problem. Next slide. And of course, the biggest issue is how food is, prepared. And hands up or don't hands up everybody that says, I eat my amala from that mama put because her own is the sweetest. Right? And we get blinded by the fact, look at the buckets behind her. Were they washed? Were they not washed? Is the water coming from some place that has, the water is not moving and so on? Is she washing her containers and all that? But that's what we do, right? And especially, of course, the people who are vulnerable are those who just have to buy this food because it's what is near where they work and also what they can afford. But, there's been clear data to show that this is a serious problem, not just in terms of diarrhea and vomiting, which is a big public health issue, but also in terms of the carcinogens that may result from all this poor practice. Next slide, please. Okay. I did say I was not trying to put you off, but I do have a list of foods that you need to be aware of. We've talked about the suya. Somebody mentioned shawarma. I think it was the MCO. I don't know. Yeah. So shawarma, yes, and hopefully all of us are not eating it every day, but shawarma is actually not a Nigerian food. It comes from the Middle East, right? And in this shawarma, they put processed meats in there, in particular hot dogs. And they're full of the nitrates. And let's see who was awake. What do nitrites cause, or potentially? What type of cancer? Colorectal. They were listening. They're always this church. They're too much. Oh. They're too much. Clap for yourselves. They're too much in this church. Yes. So colorectal cancers. But again, obviously, unless you're eating tons and tons of shawarma, but it's just a risk. Kilishi, how many of you? Yes, yes, look at them. Yes, exactly. The amount of salt in Kilishi, the amount of salt. So you're young and free, that's all fine. But the older we get with high blood pressure problems, Kilishi is something that maybe should be a Christmas treat and nothing else. Deep fried snacks. Next slide, please. I mean, they're yummy, right? In fact, we're wondering why, excuse me, church, why are you not handing out akara and puff today? Abi, why are we not having akara and puff right now? And there is nothing wrong with akara and puff because akara is actually wholesome food from beans. Puff maybe not so much for some of us, especially when we go to party and they bring small chops at the beginning, then at the middle, then at the end. Do you understand? All the numbers. I mean, how many puff can you? And then some of us here who have lots of friends, we go to party on Friday, then we go on Saturday, then there's wedding on Sunday, then there's somebody's funeral, something service on Thursday. So in 1 week, we've eaten about 40 puffs. I'm not saying anything. Next slide. No. Go back. Have I made my point? Mama Akara, whose Akara is the sweetest. Has anybody asked how many times in the last 1 month she's changed the oil? And so oil that's been sitting around, that's whatever, has all these nitrites and all these things. So it's not, the Akara you make at home is amazing, right? The Akara they sell in these harbor points, Kiniko, the event center, and so on. You don't know how many times that person has reused their oil. And don't think this is over exaggeration. No. If you want to go, when you go to those parties, go to the back and see how they are preparing the food. Don't tell a lie. Apart from weight, I've stopped eating when I go to these events. I eat at home before I go. Next slide. True story. Now, when I was doing research, there's something called unkwobi. We had never heard of it before. Look at them all. This is the Nkwobi Church. I love it. Apparently, it's extremely delicious. My housekeeper was telling me. Made from cow food, Abi. Cow food, spicy palm oil, and all the vegetables. I mean, it's very healthy, right? Okay, but there's a lot of potassium. There's a lot of potassium and salt, but potassium particularly in cow leg and all these skin type of meats and so on, right? Next slide. I know that I have to leave. Shall I just go? Shall I bye-bye? So I'm the party pooper today, right? I'm the party pooper. But look, the minister, February 2025, in the press, the minister of, I can't remember which word, said, Pomo production process is poisonous. It's not the Pomo itself that's the problem. It's the way they produce it and don't dry properly and so on. That's the problem in terms of how they select their livestock. Next slide, please. I'm going to leave in a minute. So those of you who eat Indomie for breakfast, Nkwobi for lunch, Akara for dinner, you have a problem. Right? But this is the fact of the matter. In Malaysia and in Taiwan, where they produce this thing and they come and sell it in Africa, there is absolute data to show, that is full of 1 or 2 carcinogens. Okay, ethylene oxide. So please, and those of you who are feeding your children Indomie, there's so many, we are full with such amazing foods in this country. We really are, right? Whether it's gari rice and corn and beans and pap and so on. We have them all. But I know the young women will say, well, I have to get to work. My journey is how many hours and so on and so forth. Yes, fine, but none of that is going to be worth your while if your child, God forbid, becomes unwell because you're feeding them some fast food thing where they make this thing. They're not feeding their own people, by the way. They don't eat Indomie. They don't eat Indomie in Malaysia and Thailand. They do not eat Indomie. True story. They produce it. They eat very, very fresh noodles, but they also eat a lot of vegetables, a lot of fruit. So, next slide. Who is vulnerable? Rural, low income, children, those who are not using these chemicals to spray. Next slide. How should we sort all these problems out? We have conversations this morning already at what the government is trying to do, and also what we're doing today. And all of you, if you haven't put your hands together for Pastor Shola and his team this morning, please. I didn't hear you. Honestly, for me, I'm going to say, because it's easy not to bother with these awareness programs. The amount of work that's been done, the thought, the inviting people, and so we had to come. My last week and a half has been so busy. In the hospital, we have 17 beds. We had to go and find 3 extra beds. So we up to 20 just because we didn't have space for our patients. But I wasn't going to cancel today because this is more important than the treating the people after they've had the problem. But we will not be here without Pastor Shola and his team understanding how important it is. And for every one of you here, and I think I said that last year, it's your job to now go and educate everybody around you. So your people that your children go to school with, your colleagues, and so on and so forth. All right? Next slide, please. So, and next slide, because we're educating the public. Yes, it's great that we're now here. We're now providing treatment for patients, especially those who can access it. There's a huge problem. I'm going to echo that. Anyone here who doesn't have the Lagos State insurance, please, 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 please. I'm not saying it covers cancer care, but it does help with access to care. And for those of you who have help at home, house help, drivers, and so on, we have no choice. It doesn't cost that much. Let us provide access to care. Okay, so yes, we can treat people. Next slide. And next slide. And at Master Ruth, yes, we've developed an incredible place where we are trying to look after patients in the right environment, with the right equipment and the right people. Next slide, please. And next slide. And next slide. And in particular, we have a radiotherapy machine, 1 of 10 in the country. Next slide. But there is no doubt at all that early detection, going to have your wellness check. All those who are above 45, I mean, we don't ask women's ages, but do you understand what I'm trying to say? You don't have to put your hand up, but you know. You know. Okay? We can put all the makeup. People say, but you don't look your age. I was 61 a few weeks ago. Yes, thank you. I've got 2 grandchildren. No, but it's not about that. It's knowing that whether we like it or not, that's our age. And we've got to look after ourselves better. The makeup can help, but we need to understand that the risks for all these things get more with older age. And therefore, there's guidance across the world. Have your wellness checks. Early detection saves lives. Next slide, please. And we know this also from data at Marcel Ruth over the last 5 years, that the patients that we lose, the majority of the patients that we lose are the ones who present with advanced cases of cancer. Where we pick up the cases early, most of these patients are alive. So we actually know it from our practice. Next slide, please. So mammograms, those who need to have mammograms, if you're above 40, please go and have your mammo. If you have a family history of cancer, for example, this week we had a 30-year-old, yesterday, 30-year-old. So everybody else in that is 10 years younger than that index case. So if there's no family history, yes, from 40. If you have somebody in your family who has a history of cancer, then if that person is young in particular, everybody else should start checking from 10 years younger than that person. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So for somebody who now has breast cancer at age 30, her siblings from age 20 should be having these checks. Okay? Because that means that there's probably a risk factor in terms of family. Next slide. And we do lots of awareness days, and we're really pleased because now we have lots of people wanting to come. Sometimes we can't actually cope with the crowds, but that's why, again, kudos to the church for doing this. Next slide. And next slide. And that's just to say, next slide. It doesn't matter, sorry, just one more back. It doesn't matter where you go and do your wellness check or whatever, but in the words of Nike, just do it. And I'll tell you the easiest way of doing it. It's my birthday present to myself. It's my what? Birthday present to myself. Whilst I'm thanking God for bringing me to this earth and for every single year that He has allowed me and continues to allow me to have, in happiness, joy, passion, enjoying what I'm doing, and so on, I also eat myself to make sure that I am well so that I can do what I'm supposed to do. So that's your birthday. Before we buy the handbag and the shoe, we know men don't buy themselves birthday presents, but we women do. Wellness check, especially if you're above the age of 45. And I think that's my last slide. Next slide. Thank you very much for listening. Next slide. Thank you. And thank you for having me again. Brilliant. Thank you.
All right, can we give it up once again for Dr. Elebute Odunsi? Yes. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. Dr. Odunsi is no stranger to the Health and Vitality Conference. She was here last year at the maiden edition where she shared with us the vision of the Marcel Ruth Cancer Center. And she has come again today and shared with us from her wealth of experience. So thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much for being here again today. Listening to her, I was worried somehow because all the foods I like as my favorites were...
They've been mentioned.
I don't know. Bomo, Nkwobi, shawarma. So what's left? What's left? If you're wondering like me, just stick to the end of this conference and then you'll have answers to all your questions. Still to come, we have Dr. Orode Doherty. Please clap. That's a good place to clap. Still to come, we also have Dr. Bodunri Oshikomaya. And of course, we're going to have a quiz session to test our knowledge from everything that we have learned here today. And of course, there are gift prizes to be won by our gracious participants. We have gift prizes for the first 100 persons to log on to the quiz website. There's going to be a website projected on screen. Then you're going to be given some time to log into the platform, and then there'll be questions for you to answer that are time-bound. So the first 100 participants who get the answers to the questions correctly, you get to win free prizes, including a comprehensive medical checkup. That's a good place to clap. And then gift items graciously sponsored by the Master Root Cancer Center. That's thanks again to Dr. Elebute Odunsi. All right. So to remind us once again the entire idea and vision behind this conference, please look to the multimedia screens for this video display.
Every day, millions unknowingly consume food prepared with harmful substances, hidden in plain sight. This seemingly harmless meal could be silently harming you. Unsafe food handling practices lead to serious health consequences, kidney failure, cancer, and more. But there is hope. Join us at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0, themed Food and Health, making safe and sustainable choices. Leading experts will be discussing solutions and exploring how the government and citizens can work together to create a safer food system. Venue, Household of David, 7 Surulere Industrial Road, off Adeniyi Jones, Ikeja, Lagos. Date, July 5th, 2025. Time, 10 a.m.
Come on, celebrate. So that is a reminder of why we are here. And I'm sure that we are making the most of it. Am I correct? Okay, so it's been back-to-back learnings, and I know that we've been having an awesome time. Don't worry, after the next speaker, we are going to go on a 30-minute break. But right now, I want you to open up yourself. Someone say, I have capacity to learn. Say, I have capacity to learn. So you can just turn around, stretch, stretch, stretch. We are going to bring up our next speaker, but after that speaker, we are going to go on a 30-minute break. So I want us to look to the multimedia screen for citation. Thank you.
Special guest for the day. Dr. Orode Doherty is a US board-certified pediatrician and public health physician and founder and medical director of Ingress Health Partners, where she leads a team of dedicated health professionals to integrate comprehensive primary health care with community-level behavior change, technology, and partnerships to optimize maternal, newborn, and child health outcomes. They work with a continuum of maternity care providers to improve referral patterns and establish safe pregnancy and newborn care practices. In 2022, Ingress Health Partners launched the Newborn Platform, providing virtual anticipatory guidance and pediatric virtual care services to infants across the country. For over 30 years, her professional career has spanned clinical and academic pediatrics, health and hospital systems strengthening, community development, and global health. She is a fellow and a moderator of the Africa Leadership Initiative West Africa and the Aspen Global Leadership Network. She is also a moderator of the Aspen Health Innovators Fellowship and the Kashim Ibrahim Fellowship Program in Nigeria, a fellowship for young Nigerians committed to public service. She holds a master's in public health, maternal and child health from Harvard University's School of Public Health. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome.
Health and Vitality Conference. Come on, make some noise for Dr. Doherty. Let us feel our hand as you keep clapping till she gets here. Make some noise.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please sit down. And thank you all for coming today. Thank you, especially to the conveners of this. A friend of mine called me and said, I can see your face on a billboard. And I said, where? She said, it's not far from my house. I said, really? And then she came down from the car. She was in the middle of a Zoom meeting, you can imagine. And she took the picture and sent it to me. I said, oh my God, I only just, accepted to speak. I had no idea it was going to be this. And then 3 more people called me. So I wanted to thank you, especially for the free advertising. So we're talking about food safety and the role of nutrition and food safety in child health. Next slide, please. I took the prerogative of being the presenter to actually hone in on something, because I knew that all the other speakers would be talking about the things that very many people in the room may want to hear or may not want to hear, but should be wanting to hear. I thought I would come down a little more and sort of close in on the first 1,000 days. Who has ever heard of the first 1,000 days? Who has ever heard of the first 1,000 days? My aunties have heard about it here. You people don't know the first 1,000 days. All right, next slide, yes. So the first 1,000 days actually is from the time a woman conceives until her child's second birthday. And why it's important, next slide. Why it's important is that the brain and the body are growing the fastest in this period. The immune system, which is the system that sets up protection against disease, against cancer, and against the things that can harm your body, is also mostly being formed in this period. And so this is the time when you set the foundation for a lifelong body of health. And this is why this period is really important. As pediatricians and people who work in public health and public and child health, we know that this sets the stage for the future. Next slide, please. And so it is important for us to get this time right. And so because the first 1,000 days encompasses a woman's entire pregnancy, right, from time of conception to the end of the second year of life, we're very particular, those of us who work in this space, about what women are eating and not eating when they are pregnant. And so we want women to get iron, we want them to get calcium, we want protein, we certainly want them to be drinking a lot of water. All right? And then, of course, folic acid. Now, most of us, by the time we know we are pregnant, it's already late to be starting to be getting the folic acid. And that's why we say folic acid should be a part of everybody's diet and certainly a part of teenagers' diets. Okay, so there's a lot of things that you can and should eat, but there are many things that women who are pregnant should not eat, especially high mercury containing fish. And we've listened and heard about all the various food types, right, that we all can be exposed to. Imagine a woman's body is a repository of all of that, and a lot of that can be transmitted to her baby during pregnancy through the placenta. So it becomes even more important for you to watch what you eat even before pregnancy, because whatever is stored in your body can actually be leached to your baby during pregnancy. So certainly I will encourage everyone, take your prenatal vitamins, but it's also important to know the foods you shouldn't eat. Fish is important, but certain kinds of fish should not be consumed at all by pregnant women. So it's good to have salmon, to have sardines, to have mackerel, but you should not do king mackerel. Next slide, please. And of course, tilapia and tuna. Okay, so I was worried about this because of all this. We're changing slides and not changing slides. But I want to start with the very basics. So the woman has had the baby now. We're saying that what the experts say is that we want a baby to be breastfed right from the delivery room. So the first hour of delivery, right, which is what we call the golden hour. And the World Health Organization recommends that babies babies who are born should be fed within the first hour of delivery, but also they should be exclusively breastfed up until 6 months of age. And the reason for saying this is that it is actually the most optimal way of feeding your baby in the first 6 months of life. You actually lay down a foundation for an excellent set of health outcomes when you exclusively breastfeed your baby. And I know that I'm not yet preaching to the choir. Many of you look very young. Maybe you don't have babies yet, but I can hear my constituency in the back. I'm very glad that they are here, and I'm very pleased that there are people who are in that phase of life who are hearing my voice today. Now, exclusivity means that's the only thing you give. But if baby is sick, you can give water. Of course, we encourage vitamins, especially Abidec, because vitamin D is necessary. Next slide. Next slide. We talked about this golden hour, the first 60 minutes. And why it's important is because that is when we establish the opportunity to actually successfully, exclusively breastfeed. So babies who get breastfed within the first hour of life are most likely to complete successfully 6 months of exclusive breastfeeding. I know everybody is going to say, what about women who have CS? It's very interesting that people always bring up the exception, right? But the exception is not the most. Most women do not have a cesarean section. And a woman who has had a cesarean section doesn't need to put her baby on her belly. She can hold the baby here. And a lot of the time, what we ask is for whoever is there with her in the delivery room to bring the baby to her after the baby has been covered and is no longer cold, and put the baby to breast while the CS is completed. Yes, it can be done very fast. CSs don't take a long time, and the baby can begin to nurse almost immediately. All right? Next slide, please. And why this is important is because it actually helps to stabilize both baby and mother. Now, in this golden period, there's also a golden form of milk. Can you see if you look at the slides, you can see the different colors of and volumes of the milk. So 3 days, 5 days, 6, and 25 days. When a baby is first born, the size of the baby's stomach is the size of a marble, a small grape. There's no need for 3 ounces of milk on the first day of life. Trust me. Every baby who is exclusively breastfed doesn't get 3 ounces on the first day, and they don't need it. What they need is 4 to 5 ml. That's really half of a tablespoon or 1 full teaspoon. That's all they need at every feed. So at every feed, put the baby to breast, baby sucks for a little bit, and then maybe he's licking and is trying to find his way, and it's okay. Put him again in the next time he starts to raise his head and say, wah, wah, put him back to the breast. And they may nurse up to 9 to 12 times a day, and that's fine, right? It is the best thing for your baby. But guess what? In the first few days, and only as long as 4 to 5 days, colostrum is being released. Now, colostrum begins to be released from about 20 weeks of pregnancy, and is only released until about 5 days after the baby is born. Now, why colostrum is important? It's the first thing that lines the guts and sets the baby's guts up to protect against disease. It contains vitamin A, which is good for the eyes. It contains the baby's first set of antibodies that they're exposed to. Everything the mother has ever been exposed to in her life, her breast milk is able to convert it into protective antibodies for her baby. So imagine that the baby comes into life and has no protection, but there's protection from the mother's first few days of milk. And that's why it is a travesty of justice when babies are not given colostrum and are instead fed formula or breast milk supplements or whatever it is that they're given in the first few days of life, when everything that they ever needed can come from the mother directly. Again, people will say, what if the mother died? What if the mother is not there? When that is the case, then we'll give other things. And now we actually store colostrum. Colostrum is actually being produced. Women are now banking colostrum in order for babies who don't have mothers present for them to be able to give them. And we actually have the first colostrum bank in Ghana. I think the lady was trying to open it here. It didn't quite work out. But we have colostrum banks now even in Ghana. So it has all the nutrients the baby needs. It has all the fluid the baby needs. It has everything you want in the first few days of life. And the magic of putting the baby to breast is the only positive feedback cycle in the body. So it is the cycle where when you ask, more will come and more will come and more will come. So it is also one where if you don't put the baby to breast, less and less milk will come. And those are the women who say, I didn't make enough milk. My breast is not producing enough. It doesn't matter how big or small a breast is. The breast is just a conduit pipe. It's actually not the place of where it comes from. No. It's all about the brain. It's the brain that knows that the placenta has come out. Baby is here. When baby starts to talk, I'm getting a signal. Looks like a gentleman is out of the sac and at the breast. Let's go. Right? And production begins. And then because the other hormones of pregnancy are also dropping, there is a greater stimulus. So by the 3rd to 4th day of life, the milk comes in, which means there's a gush. But in the first instance, in the first few days, that colostrum that is being formed is what is most important for baby. Now, the really good thing about colostrum also, you know that first black poop that comes out? Colostrum helps to clear all of that. And when we clear that properly, then we reduce the risk of severe jaundice. Okay, next slide. Enough about colostrum. If you want to talk about safety in feeding in the first 6 months of life, look no further than breast milk. The breast milk is coming from a place where nothing has touched it except whatever mother has eaten. And that's why the previous speaker spoke about the content of what you eat. Because truly, everything can come out in your breast milk. But if you are already keeping your body as a temple of cleanliness and health, then all you have to give to your baby is exactly that. Breast milk is affordable, it's accessible, it is most definitely safe. Now, the other thing that is really important is that children who are breastfed, so let's talk about the children now, they themselves have a reduced risk of diabetes, have a reduced risk of obesity, have a reduced risk of asthma and allergies. Why? Because of that colostrum. That colostrum has a way of protecting and reducing the risk of these severe allergic conditions. Now, that's not to speak about peanut allergy type. We're talking about allergies that relate to things like eczema, allergic dermatitis, sinusitis, and asthma. Okay? But also for mothers, what does breastfeeding do for mothers? Women who breastfeed actually have a reduction in cancers of the breast, of the ovaries, of the endometrial lining, that's the uterus, right? The lining of the uterus, as well as thyroid cancer. And they have a reduction in their risk of high blood pressure to a lesser extent, but also diabetes. These are scientifically proven. There's studies out there that demonstrate this. It's not maybe some. There are actual reduction by significant percentages, anything from 9% for thyroid cancer to 18 to 30% for the other cancers I spoke about. Next slide, please. This is from the Lancet. Again, studies have shown, and this is, this was one of those landmark papers that it doesn't matter whether it's 50 years from now, it's always going to be relevant. That in fact, exclusive breastfeeding initiated within the first hour of life and continued for at least 6 months is considered the cornerstone of child survival and child health because it provides essential nutrients and immunizations against a range of life-threatening infections. Next slide, please. So the baby is 6 months old and it's time to start to go to the other things, and all the other foods that we talked about now come into play, right? And you have to start thinking about all these other things. And if I say nothing else today, I want to say 3 things concerning the transition. At the time of the transition, breast milk alone is not enough to keep the baby fed, but milk continues to be the most important component of the baby's diet until the age of 12 months. I didn't say milk is the only. I said milk is the most important component. The reason is simple. There's only so much that the baby can get from solid foods in terms of volume. They can't eat a lot, but they can consume a lot of milk, and milk continues to flow through, and milk is highly nutritious. So 6 to 12 months, milk is still important. And then it's time to introduce the other things that we think of as safe, as nutritious, and as age appropriate. And this is where we start to come into conflict with the rest of the world. These foods are complementary, meaning they support breast milk, but alone, neither breast milk nor these foods between 6 and 12 months is enough to sustain our babies. Next slide. So you can just think of everything soft, mashed, easy to eat, all the colors of the rainbow, age appropriate. Next slide. We talk about having a minimum dietary diversity. And we bring this slide in because it's important to recognize that it's not just anything. There are 8 food classifications that babies should be fed from. So I always say to my moms, we can't get everything in one day, but we can get everything in a few days. So if in any 3-day period, you should be able to get all of these foods in. But you really only need to get 5 of them. Eggs are a classification by themselves. If anybody remembers the stories of Professor Ikeja Ransom Kuti of blessed memory, he insisted that every mother brought a boiled egg to the clinic to the malnutrition clinic, because that was one way he knew that definitely they would get some of that minimum dietary diversity. So a boiled egg a day is one. And then breast milk. Of course, breast milk is in a category of its own because it's just amazing, isn't it? Breast milk is the beginning and the end of everything. But also grains. We talked about beans and what do we talk about? Beans and corn. So corn, pap, the way we think about pap, whether it's, I personally like guinea corn pap, which is also called sorghum, the red pap, because it's got a little bit of a flavor, quite unlike yellow and white paps, which don't have the same flavor. Usually we add ginger these days, and ginger is fine. Millets, yams, cassava, these things are important in our part of the world. Carrots, all of these foods fall into one group. If you remember nothing at all, just remember that pap is good. Carrots and pap fall in the same category as Irish potatoes. And then dairy. Baby's already getting milk. You can add, after the age of 1, you can certainly add whole milk. We'll talk about that. But yogurt is also an important food to begin to give children, even in the second 6 months of life. Right? The flesh food, meat, chicken, liver, fish, prepared in a safe and hygienic manner. Children's food must always be fully cooked. There's no half-cooked. You can't give them a runny egg. No. We don't give children runny eggs. We give them boiled eggs in the beginning, and they must be fully cooked. So we don't want any liquid flowing anywhere. So everything you give to them must be fully cooked. And then a big favorite for everybody, vitamin A-rich vegetables. You know, everybody knows sweet potatoes. Babies love sweet potatoes. And then all these colored fruits. So just think of watermelon. Not watermelon. Avocado, grapefruits, tomatoes. All of these things you can add, right? Yes, and watermelon. And then the other fruits and vegetables are these other ones that are white. So think of cucumbers, pineapples, bananas and apples. Bananas are really good. Babies love them, but they can make them constipated. Next slide. Remember, 5 out of 8. Baby Grubs is a group that is very focused on ensuring that children get all the right meals. If you see, I took permission to just put a few of their slides up here. If you look at the 6 to 8 month meal plan, what you will notice is that there's a lot of breast milk, and the amount of breast milk goes down with time. Next slide. So, I want to move quickly, actually. So let's just go to the next slide. After the first birthday, remember everything we've been saying, all the colors of the rainbow. Next slide. What should you avoid? Very important. That's why many of you are in this room. What should you avoid? Colored water. All these drinks that are sold in packets. Anything that makes noise, that comes in a packet, a can, avoid it. Under the age of 2, they don't need to be drinking. A lot of my mothers will say, can we start giving tea? And I found out that tea means chocolate drink with a lot of sugar, a lot of milk. It's not good for them under the age of 2. So the answer is no, right? Sugary drinks, obviously, we end up with obesity. Avoid processed foods, like I said, unsafe herbs. And importantly, avoid pressure. Every mother says, hey, the children in my school, the children in my children's school, they eat, they drink, they bring, they do. That's not the idea. You focus on your child, read what it is you should be doing for your child and do. And don't say he's always crying, he wants biscuits. It's not food. It's nonsense. Indomie is not food. It's not food. So let's just be clear about what it is. Anything that comes in a packet is not for your under 2-year-old. That is unsafe feeding. That is a bad practice that you have to put down. Next slide. Ask me if I did it. There's no Indomie in my house. We know. Because I knew better than to do that. It was very convenient, but it wasn't going to happen. So I'm not asking you to do something I haven't done. Exclusive breastfeeding, 3 babies, 2 residency trainings. I did it. So I'm not asking you to do something that I haven't done that is impossible. It's not. And it will set the foundation for all these things that we all are now rushing to prevent in ourselves. Some of them, the foundation was laid when we were under the age of 2. Give our children an option to do better. So feeding is not just about feeding for children and for us who take care of them. It's about love and learning. It's about growth. It's about development. It's about learning who your children are. If you want to know your children, have family meals. You will know who will give up, who is selfish, who is kind. You will know everything about your children by sitting with them at table. And you will teach them a lot about how to lead a healthy, good, clean life by sitting with them at table. Next slide. So we've talked about the first 1,000 days, and this is a really important, but let's go to the next slide because I want us to now talk about the problems of early infant nutrition in Nigeria because this is what your hosts wanted us to speak to. Next slide. Very many Nigerian children, if you think about the fact that we're 200 million and the median age in Nigeria is 17, that means 100 million people in Nigeria under the age of 17. Now listen to this. 32 to 37% of Nigerian children are stunted. That's under the age of 5, we have a measure of growth called stunting. If you are short for your age, they are stunted. We have the second highest global prevalence of severe acute malnutrition in the world. So we have 100 million children, of whom almost 40% of them are not eating right. Next slide. Malnutrition contributes to 50% of the deaths that happen in children under the age of 5. Next slide, please. So, where are the two real issues that we have identified? Number one is that our breastfeeding rates are extremely low. They are 35%. Exclusive breastfeeding rates are 35%. Only 35% of the 100 million children we have in Nigeria were fed exclusively with breast milk. That's a crying shame. It feels bad, because if there's anything we don't have, it's plenty money to be buying excess other things. Why are you giving your children an alternative when you have breast milk? The other thing is that commercial interest, and that's why I was excited to see the NAFDAC. I was so happy to see him. Commercial interests interfere with the capacity of Nigeria to protect the health of our population, because breast milk substitutes are inappropriately marketed. Remember, he talked about the code. He said we uphold the code. Well, we have not done a good job of upholding the code. Next slide. And if we don't do a good job of it, it results in stunting and malnutrition. Guess what? It's going to get worse. Because now they've taken over every day. I kid you not, every day. At least 6 moms will come to me and say, can we get this one? Can it come meal? Can it come bomb? Can it come all kinds of foods in packets? Yes, they all have NAFDAC registration, maybe. We don't know. We've actually found 2 that didn't have NAFDAC registration, and I opted to NAFDAC. But there's so much sugar in these foods. Again, this is the expert. The experts are saying breastfeed exclusively. Next slide. Until the age of 6 months, and then subsequently try to breastfeed into the second year of life. So what are we doing? We're advocating. We're doing like what I'm doing today, right? I'd love to be at home, but as soon as I jumped at it, the moment they said, I said, yes, I'll be there. Because it's an opportunity for us to talk about these things that are so important to all of us. So we're providing breastfeeding support, clinical lactation opportunities. We're teaching healthcare professionals about how to ensure that they are providing the necessary support to ensure that mothers are breastfeeding. We're educating mothers directly, and mothers-to-be, and fathers on infant nutrition. We're busting myths about breastfeeding. People have all kinds of stories about breastfeeding. Many of them are untrue. And then we're introducing group antenatal care. And Lagos has been extremely good about this, is getting the group antenatal care curriculum, and we have extended it into the private sector, because the support that comes from that place, and getting men in the room and getting everybody in the room to talk about what to feed your baby in the first 6 months of life has proven to be groundbreaking. Thank you. Next slide. We're going to secondary schools as well. So what should you as consumers be doing? You should be getting educated. You should prepare. You should get all the information that you can. And then the other consumers, us who are consumers who also have the ear of government, are asking for policy support, ensuring that nursing mothers can have more time, right? Because it's not easy to be a breastfeeding mother. You have to be in an office or in a workplace where you can get the support you need in order for you to have the time to go and pump. So we need pumping breaks, or come in late, having breastfed your baby, and go home early so that you can just do only 1 pump instead of 3 pumps because you're at work for a long period. We're asking for longer maternity. Nigeria has been good about this, but with our Oliver Twist, we want more. We want more time for our women to breastfeed. And of course, we're asking for creches in workplaces. And one of the things that I found as an employer was the moment you had a creche in the workplace, everybody just chilled. They would stay longer, finish the work, because they could go feed the baby and make sure everything was set before they went home. So I'm imploring those people who have the opportunity to do this to also do the same thing. If we can do it in church, we can do it at work. Next slide. Now, the second problem, I said the first is that we're not breastfeeding enough. The second is that people are marketing breast milk substitutes, but very subtly. Can I ask a question? Does anybody know a woman who has had a cesarean section in the room? Anybody know? So, cesarean section. So, the thing that happens is that once the baby has arrived, they say, go and buy formula. Am I correct? Why? A cesarean section is not an indication unless the baby is sick or the mother is sick. And in any case, if the baby is sick, we actually want breast milk from the mother, because sick babies don't do well with formula. It can cause a bad condition called necrotizing enterocolitis, which we want to avoid, and we protect by giving breast milk. So why are we telling our mothers to go and buy? So there's this subtle way of just making sure, giving free supplies. They are sponsoring clinical meetings. Just these little ways of just, I don't know, Yoruba will say, just to make sure that they are close to us like this, so that anytime they say CS, they say, go and buy formula. CS mother, go and buy formula. And lo and behold, to the greatest horror, you walk into, you can imagine being part of a breastfeeding designation committee, team, walking into the labor ward in the teaching hospital, and you are met with 3 cans of formula. It's bad. This code says that we should, it works against aggressive but also subtle promotion. Subtle promotion can just be that there's a can of formula on the bedside table. It sends a message that this is acceptable here. It's not. It's not. We don't have the money for it as individuals. We don't have the money for it as a nation. It's foreign exchange. Even for the ones we produce here, it's not a priority. Next slide. This second problem, the experts again are saying that we should not promote, and this code should be promoted, the code should be supported, the code should be enforced, the code should be enforced, the code should be enforced. And I know NAFDAC is working hard, but I think they need to work even harder. Next slide, please. Because we do not yet have the numbers of women who should be breastfeeding. And we are interested in making sure that we lay that foundation so that the amount of cancer we can eliminate, the amount of obesity we can prevent, the amount of asthma and the amount of diabetes we can prevent from happening, we can begin to do so right from the time a baby is born. Next slide, please. We're not saying that you should not sell formula. We're saying don't promote it, and give scientific, factual information about what it can do and what it should do. Government should legislate, that's House of Assembly kind of thing, should enforce, that's where NAFTA comes in, and then I'm pursuing this personally myself, incentivize. So now that everybody is pushing on health insurance, I would push back on Lagos State and say, you are pushing for health insurance. Incentivize all the hospitals. Make sure that they can get baby-friendly designated. If a hospital gets the new baby-friendly hospital initiative designation, then they can, that should be one of the performance metrics for them to get LASHMA clearance, and for them to be able to be one of the places where LASHMA will pay. So it's not enough to say everybody should go and get LASHMA. You too, make your hospitals that are doing that, let them also obey some rules so that they are not promoting stuff that will cause problems for us down the road. Next slide. So I would say for everybody in the room, read anything. So as a lady I read, she says, anything that has a label on it, don't eat it. I don't quite agree with her. That's kind of extreme. But what she's saying is that eat fresh, whole foods. There's a lot of sugar in everything that we consume. Everything we consume has sugar. You need to, and salt, sugar and salt, and they will kill us. They are killing us already. So if you may notice that when you go on a dry fast, you actually shed useless weight that you don't need. It's not just because you are not eating. It's also because you are not bringing in a lot of the nonsense that you normally will pick up along the way during the day, right? So this is really important. I always advise mothers, in the first month, yes, you are introducing all these foods, bring something local. Some amala and ewedu is good. 6-7 months, they can eat amala and ewedu. It's very easy. You can mash your beans and take off the seeds and introduce it to them. You can mash potatoes and carrots. So toddlers are particularly bad because when they go, they say, Mommy, I want biscuits. Mommy, I want drink. Mommy, I want soft drink. And we too will be giving them. Why? That's what we are undoing all the good you did by exclusively breastfeeding. You are now undoing it in the second year of life. Next slide. And then legislation. We've talked about legislation, enforcement. This is again NAFDAC, right? And there's one more thing. Reintroduction of school meals. Who remembers Samco? When we were little, we used to have Samco. School truck, bring Samco to us in school. You are so young. I love it. But this is what we did. That's what government, that's a responsible government that says school meals and milk in school for school-age children. That's the way it should be. And if you didn't like regular milk, you could get chocolate milk. That was my favorite. I went for chocolate milk. So these are some of the things that we are saying we need to reintroduce. And then on our side, we're setting up community well clinics. So we are doing these things. We expect that you also will key into them, begin to advocate for them. If you are a healthcare provider, if you are an influencer of people, if you are somebody who has the well-being of children in mind, these are some of the things that you should start thinking about. And if the only thing you do after today is ensure that every pregnant woman you see, encourage her to ensure that she exclusively breastfeeds, then you set somebody off on the path to safe, healthy nutrition. I think I just have one more slide. And it's about teenagers. For me, teenagers are really important because they can educate up and influence down. And so people who are between teenagers, yes, 13, but usually from the time a child is about 11, when they are curious, they're asking and they're engaging, till about the age of 19, I say educate them, educate them, educate them. Get them involved in preparing family meals. Teach them how to choose good, clean, healthy food. Get them to make up the menu at home. Get them involved because teenagers have a way of starting to eat only two things: potato chips and Indomie. It's not food. It's not food. Potato chips and Indomie is not a balanced diet. Let me add one. Maybe my house, jollof rice. So since there's no Indomie in our house, there's not been, and maybe jollof rice is our own. So get the teenager to be involved in choosing all the various meals, because that's how you start to set them up to become responsible curators of the foods that they eat. Show them how to identify a bad mango, a good mango. Teach them how to wash their fruits with soap. It's very basic, but if you do it, it will set them up for success. All right? Thank you very much.
Give it up one more time for Dr. Doherty. Thank you very much, Ma. That was a really, really educative session. Intending couples, expectant mothers, nursing mothers, parents and grandparents, I hope you paid extra attention in that session because that session was curated specifically for you.
Okay, so we're going to stretch a little more. Remember, we said earlier that we have capacity to learn, right? So we're just going to have one more speaker. It's going to be a short but very intense session. So before we do that, I want us to rise. Please rise, please rise, please rise. Please rise. A bit of warm-up, a bit of warm-up. So grab the hand of somebody beside you. Grab their hand. Now shake the person, shake the person. Say, are you learning? Are you learning? Ensure that they are awake. Say, are you learning? Okay, so are you ready now? All right, please sit down, sit down, sit down. Celebrate yourself. You've been doing great so far. Celebrate yourself. All right. So the next session is going to be for 15 minutes, after which we would now go for the break. So please let's look to the multimedia screen for the video citation.
For the day. Dr. Bodenrin Osikumaya is a consultant hematologist with a special interest in blood transfusion. She obtained her medical degree from the Obafemi Awolowo University Ile-Ife, Osun State, and trained as a consultant hematologist at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja. She is a fellow of the West Africa College of Physicians, a fellow of the National Postgraduate College of Medicine, Nigeria, has an advanced postgraduate diploma in hospital management from the College of Medicine, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, and a Master of Science in Public Health from the University of Suffolk, Ipswich, United Kingdom. She is presently running a Master's in Public Management at Babcock University, Ilishan. Bodenrin has over 18 years of experience in clinical and laboratory practice in Nigeria's public and private health sectors, has international training in red cell immunology, blood banking, and apheresis, and has served in key positions in various committees and organizations related to blood safety, hemoglobinopathy, and quality assurance. She is active in clinical research with her published articles in journals of international and national repute. To mention a few, Dr. Osakomaya is a member of the Nigerian Society of Hematology and Blood Transfusion, NSHBT, College of Nigerian Pathologists, CNP, Nigerian Society for Apheresis, African Society of Blood Transfusion, AAFSBT, International Society of Blood Transfusion, ISBT, Coalition of Blood for Africa, COBA, and Fellow Institute of Chartered Administrators, FACE. She was the lead investigator for the convalescent plasma clinical trial and the COVID follow-up and outpatient clinic coordinator during the COVID pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome.
Keep celebrating Dr. Bodenrin Oshikomaya till she gets up on stage.
Thank you very much.
Vitality Conference, celebrate!
Thank you very much. I was actually told I have less than 15 minutes, and I'm going to be talking about something different. Maybe it should have been better to come after the break, but it doesn't really matter anyway, because, oh, I have the old slides again. Thank you. Because I'll be talking about the consequences of poor diets, the consequences of unhealthy living, consequences like, we talked about Lassa fever. People do not know that when you have Lassa fever, you need to have a transfusion sometimes. Are you aware? It's one of those conditions called hemorrhagic fevers. We talk about cancers. Really, even without treatment of cancers, you could have the need for blood. And then when you are being treated, oh, you need to have blood and blood product support. So you've already laid the foundation for this talk, and I'll be flipping through a lot of the slides. So the next slide is a question: what is actually blood? What is blood? Blood is that specialized fluid that circulates around our body. It consists of a lot of things. When people say blood, they just assume it's just red parts that we see, but it consists of red cells, white cells, platelets, and it does so many things, like to deliver oxygen, to remove waste products, and to prevent bleeding. And it's primarily produced in the body. In short, about 2-3 days ago, I read about the latest scientific discovery again, that is Hemopure, which first blood substitute that seems to be making some sense. Next slide, please. So what are the key nutrients that promote red cells production? And we have vitamin B12, we have folic acid, we have iron. Anytime these three are not available, you could become anemic. If it is not available in you, as if it's not in adequate amount, you might not have enough blood for yourself, talk less of giving others. So this slide talks about where you can get them. If you look at these particular slides, all of them seem to have meat there. So no matter how much you tell us I shouldn't eat meat because of cholesterol, please, meat is actually good, but don't take too much. But meat is good. It has everything you need to have adequate and healthy blood in you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have other nutrients that people don't talk about, which are really important. We have vitamin C. What does vitamin C do? It helps us to absorb iron in us. So if you take a lot of iron, you are taking all those your multivitamins, and you don't have ions in you, it just might not be absorbed as fast as you need to. We have copper. Copper has it's a constituent of many enzymes that you need to remain healthy. Those enzymes helps your body to function well. And proteins, really, proteins, all your cells are what? Proteins. Next slide, please. And here has everything where you can get all those things. Next slide. I want to flip through this place. And so even though blood is really important, it helps you to be alive. You need it to walk around. You need it to carry all your essential functions. When there is no blood, you are what? And that is why when there's an accident and when they are losing blood, what do? You want to quickly stop or to give them more. So blood is what? Thank you. Next slide. So even though blood is life, how can we get blood? You can either get blood what? Your body can on its own produce it. And when your body is producing, what does it need? Those nutrients. When you cannot have enough from those nutrients from food, and I'm so scared, really, all these fruits that we want to make our bodies have blood, all these vegetables, are they really safe? Are they not safe? I think what we need to do is have a farm in our backyard. Sometime last year, the First Lady had this on her social media where she had buckets of paints and she was planting things there. We can do that. My mother still sends me wedu from our farm, even though now they call Lagos State a concrete forest. Have you heard that statement before? Lagos State is a concrete forest because we build and then we use all the space, and the remaining space, we make it concrete so that we can have parking lots or put interlocking stones. When I heard that statement, concrete forest, but that is just the truth. We need to have space to build. And my mother has a Iwedu farm during the rainy season. When it's not rainy season, she has ugu, and I wonder how she grows ugu during the dry season. So blood donation is just getting the blood out of you. It's a very safe process, and it is for those who are unable to have enough blood, either from eating rice or even from oral or sometimes parental, the drugs into your veins, those medications. Sometimes they need to have this blood immediately to save lives. And as I said, this is a consequence of what everybody has talked about. Do you understand? So we have three types: the family replacement donors, remunerated or paid donors, and the voluntary donors. We do not like the first two, but we cannot do without the first one. You understand? Some of the family replacement donors are who? Husband donors. Who remembers, who knows about that law that says that you must not force a woman's husband to donate blood during pregnancy? We call them husband donors. Who knows about it? Well, there's this law that says you shouldn't force them, but really, we don't have the culture for blood donation, so sometimes you don't have a choice. That is why I said we can't do it without them. However, paid donors, you'll be surprised that more than 50% of the blood gotten in Lagos State and more than 80% of the blood gotten in Nigeria is gotten from paid donors, and we don't want them because some of them take drugs, some of them lie about their status, and they put everyone at risk because there's always a window period where no matter how well you do the investigation, it is called that window, we might not be able to detect a viral infection. And that means that we need to take blood from only people that have what? Low risk. Next slide. So why do we prefer voluntary blood donors? I've talked about it. First of all, they are the first line of defense. They don't lie about their status. If they cannot donate blood, they will tell you if they can't. It is ethical because they are not collecting money from anybody. And then they always benefit from health education. And imagine, after you leave here, has your life not changed? You know, being here alone, has your life changed? So imagine every time you want to donate blood, somebody educates you about healthy living. What do you think will happen to you? Thank you very much. So, and voluntary donors sustain the blood banks. It is not when there is an emergency that you need to rush to donate blood. I'm sure many people here always and only will donate blood when there is an emergency. I want you to know it is good to donate blood at that time. For example, the Ikeja train accident, there were so many youths coming in. But at that time, we were really appreciative of that blood. But the blood that saved their lives was the blood that was already in the blood bank, that has been screened, that has been certified safe for usage. That was the blood that saved their lives. Next slide, please. So who can donate blood if you are in good health, if you wake up in the morning and you feel good? That is the first eligibility criteria. You feel good, you feel okay, good. Come and donate blood. Then if you are between 18 and 65, your weight is at least 50, and when your blood level is checked, it's at least 12.5 grams per deciliter. You cannot donate blood for some reason. I'll take up one that is like a myth. People will say you cannot donate blood if you have a tattoo. You cannot donate blood if you have a tattoo that was done less than 12 months ago. So I know this is a youth church. If you have a tattoo and it was done over 12 months ago, please come outside. We are waiting for you. Come donate blood. Next slide, please. So who needs blood? Everything on this slide has been talked about. First of all, pregnant women, for whatever reason, complications, they will need blood. People that have cancers, either before treatment, during treatment, or even post-transplant. So many people, transplant is a form of treatment. After that transplant, your bone marrow might not be able to make blood on its own or blood products on its own. So we have different special surgeries like heart transplant, heart surgeries, renal surgeries. They need blood. Children, generally, they need blood. Most of them are usually due to malaria, severe malaria. We transfuse children because of severe malnutrition. Imagine if they don't have those first 3 key essential nutrients. What happens? They might need some blood transfusion. Then hemoglobinopathies. Nigeria has the highest incidence of sickle cell traits. So we have lots of people with sickle cell. And with all the education, I don't know why the incidence is not reducing. I go to sickle cell clinic and I still see a larger number of people being referred from the pediatric unit over to the adult unit. And you wonder, is it love or are we just very religious saying that, no be my turn, it's not, God will do it. God has said, that's my husband. He will make sure that when we are going to have a child, it's going to be at least AS. I know God loves us. But look, please, God loves us, but you need to take what? Informed decision, even though you have that leading from God. Youth, don't get carried away. Then people with acute and chronic kidney diseases, a lot of the foods we eat could cause renal failure. And then accidents. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits of blood donation? It helps you to stimulate new cells. You have a free test, free health checks. There's so many research that says that if you donate blood regularly, there's a lesser incidence of cancers, of heart diseases, and of strokes. Next slide, please. Despite all these benefits, next slide, please. Despite all these benefits, we have issues. And I need to tell you those issues. This will be my last set of slides. The first thing is that the World Health Organization has said that all our units of blood donated must be by voluntary blood donors. But that is not so. Since 2020, we are at what? 2025. The highest so far in Lagos State, in Nigeria, is Lagos State having the highest numbers of voluntary donors, and it is 13%. Every other part of the country is at least 5%. So by the time they check what, the value all over Nigeria is less than 10%. So Lagos still has the highest. And you wonder, what is happening in other states? The second thing is that we need blood from 1 to 2% of the population. If you check the value for 1% of, for example, Lagos State, it means that you need at least 220,000 units of blood. Last year, we had about 150,000 units of blood donated. Donated does not mean that every unit of blood was safe for transfusion. And so what happens to the other people that didn't have blood? So if you had 150,000 donated and we have a population of 22 million, that means we had at least 220,000 needs. So what happens to the people that did not have blood? I can tell you what happened to some of them because I see some of them. Some of them die right before our eyes. Some of them end up having complications like chronic renal failure. Some of them just continue to live a life and you wonder that, is this really what they are supposed to be? Look, it's really terrible. During this year's World Blood Donors, I invited people to come and sit at the blood bank and watch relatives come to look for blood. It is really a terrible sight. Next slide, please. The other problem is that we are beginning to have more consumption. Dr. Elebute, she has a cancer center. Before now, she didn't have one. Nobody cared per se. The only cancer center was at Lasut or Lut, and not everybody was going there. And so the more we are having specialized clinics, the more the need for blood. More people are leaving the countries for transplant and coming back to Nigeria for care, and they need what? Blood and blood products. So the need is becoming more, the consumption is becoming more, but we had the products. Remember, we had the supply. What is happening? Are we still donating blood? No. And yet, we want to help the people that have already, some of them, for no reason of their own, have had this complication, these consequences from poor health or poor diet. And the last thing is that we still pay out of pocket. That is the greatest challenge. Payment out of pocket for blood is really, really heartbreaking. And it is worse in private facilities. Now, you could need blood, and a unit of blood in a private blood bank could cost 50,000 naira. Somebody reached out to me and said, she was told to pay for units of blood at what? 60,000 naira for a positive unit. And that the person actually was a negative, that's a rhesus negative, and the person was supposed to have it at 80,000. But because the person is a male, they offered the positive one at 60,000. And they reached out to us. Lagos State still gives it at 7,000. That's Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service, if you come directly. So look at the disparity. And that is why we encourage more people to give blood to the blood transfusion service, because when we give it to others, they do not pay more than 7,000 if it is at a public facility. But if it's a private facility, it will increase a little bit because of the, there is no subsidy for the private. Next slide, please. So this issue about blood is not a Lagos thing, it's not a Nigeria thing, it's a global thing. Take time out to look at the platforms for the Red Cross Society all over the world. Check NHS. They keep requesting for people to donate blood. It's even worse outside the country because they are what? They are interracial needs. And when you give blood interracial, you cause the person that needs the blood to develop antibodies, which is even worse off. And so it is not just Nigeria that has issue. It's a problem all around the world. But for low-income countries like Nigeria, the reason why we don't have enough blood is because you and I are not donating regularly. Please, next slide. So I thought I should mention what is happening in Lagos State. And as I said, as our last year, our voluntary blood donation rate was 13%. But in the first and second quarter last year, we actually had 16.1% voluntary donation rate. But it fell in the last 2 quarters, that is the last half of the year, and we talked about it. Why? Was it the economy? Was it that we just didn't care any longer? Was it that people started giving out their blood for money? Which seemed to be so, because as the voluntary donation rate reduced, it seems as if the paid donation rate was increasing. So this is just to tell you that if you are being paid to donate blood, please let's save lives and not get paid. Do it voluntarily. Next slide, please. So what do? I want us to come in. You have called us as an agency to come and appreciate it. And I want us as individuals to also, after today, continue to go to registered blood banks to donate blood. Let us donate blood. Let us save the lives of those people that are part of the consequences of poor diet, unhealthy living, and any other thing that could have caused low blood. Thank you very much. So in a nutshell, let us eat right, let us stay healthy, let us give blood, and let us save lives. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate one more time Dr. Oshikomaya. You can make that louder. Are we tired already? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Oshikomaya, for that very eye-opening session on the miracle and gifts of blood transfusion. Are we learning? Are we learning?
Yes.
Turn to your neighbor and ask them, are you learning?
Are you learning?
Of course. If you're learning, you're going to have questions, right? Good. So right about now, we're going to be going on a 30-minute recess, right? During which we're encouraged to tour the exhibition booths on the left side of the auditorium, right? We have some packages from our partners, and they're more than willing to show them to you and discuss with you. Outside, we also have free medical testing, consultation, and drug dispensation going on. So after stretching your legs, of course, you can just walk through the canopies, and then our members of medical personnel will be more than happy to put you through. Are we happy about that?
Okay.
Are we happy about that? All right, so after we come back from the break, after 30 minutes, we're going to be having the quiz session, right? So, like we discussed earlier, we're going to have a website or barcode displayed on the multimedia screens. We're going to scan the codes or visit the link, and then we're going to answer a number of questions, right? Everyone will be given a chance to participate in the quiz. You can all join the website, but we can only allow a particular number of persons to win prizes. Yes. So if you have been learning, if you are very confident of the things that you have learned today, right? You can participate in that quiz, and then we'll have very, very gracious presents for you. We have free comprehensive health check for one winner. Are we happy about that? And then we also have gift packs for 5 persons, courtesy of Master Roots Cancer Center. So, Outside, like I said again, during the break, you can just tour through the exhibition booths on the left side of the auditorium, see what our partners have for us. And then outside the auditorium, you can access free eye checks, fasting blood sugar tests, hypertension checks, hepatitis B checks, and even more. Turn to your neighbor and say, know your numbers.
Know your numbers.
Say, know your numbers. All right, then thank you very much, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Okay, if you are new to the hall and you would like to use the restroom is to your right, or you can ask any of the ushers or the medical personnel available. Ensure that you tour all our exhibition stand, and please remember to convene in exactly 30 minutes. So this break is just for 30 minutes. Ensure that you remember to convene in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Again, we'll be convening in 30 minutes from now.
And we have free medical services available outside. Ensure that you make use of all of the booths. Free medical services available outside. And all our exhibitors, we have exhibitors stand in the hall as well. Ensure that you check them out. All our exhibitors stands in the hall. Free medical services outside the hall. Ensure that you make use of this, and we'll reconvene in 30 minutes.
About 2:30 p.m.
Before we go on this virtual tour, let me tell you a little bit about the hospital. Named after my mother-in-law, Mrs. Marcel Ruth Ann Adeniyi, who died from complications of breast cancer in 1999, the idea of developing the hospital was conceived to bring international standards of care back to Nigeria so that patients can be looked after in an environment closer to home.
World-class medical facility is equipped with radiotherapy center with variant true beam linear accelerator.
This is the first in West Africa and of course the first in Nigeria. It's a very accurate machine for treating all kinds of cancer, including stereotactic radiosurgery. So we can do surgical operation using this particular machine. So we're talking about non-invasive surgery of small brain lesions. And we can also treat all sorts of cancer such as the breast, prostate, head and necks, and every other type of cancer that we think. The good thing about this machine is that it's the most accurate machine at the moment and it's the state of the art.
Imaging center with 64-slice CT simulator, 3D mammogram, 3D ultrasound, and digital X-ray. 2 modular operating theaters. 8-bed day unit infusion and chemotherapy suite. 15 en-suite inpatient rooms. Automated laboratory service and blood bank. In-house oncology and general pharmacy. Our one-stop medical center is designed to make you feel comfortable while providing you and your loved ones with the medical care that you need.
Before we go on this virtual before we go on this virtual tour, let me tell you a little bit about the hospital. Named after my mother-in-law, Mrs. Marcel Ruth Ann Odunsi, who died from complications of breast cancer in 1999, the idea of developing the hospital was conceived to bring international standards of care back to Nigeria so that patients can be looked after in an environment closer to home.
World-class medical facility is equipped with radiotherapy center with variant true beam linear accelerator.
This is the first in West Africa and of course the first in Nigeria. It's a very accurate machine for treating all kinds of cancer, including stereotactic radiosurgery. So we can do surgical operation using this particular machine. We're talking about non-invasive surgery of small brain lesions. And we can also treat all sorts of cancers such as the breast, prostate, head and necks, and every other type of cancer that we take. The good thing about this machine is that it's the most accurate machine at the moment and it's the state of the art.
Imaging center with 64-slice CT simulator, 3D mammogram, 3D ultrasound, and digital X-ray. 2 modular operating theaters. 8-bed day unit infusion and chemotherapy suite. 15 en-suite inpatient rooms. Automated laboratory service and blood bank. In-house oncology and general pharmacy. Our one-stop medical center is designed to make you feel comfortable while providing you and your loved ones with the medical care that you need.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord, church. If you're still within the auditorium, would you please move towards the exhibition booths? Our interesting lineup of exhibitors have wonderful surprise packages for us and then a number of things to discuss with us as well. So if you're within the premises or within the auditorium, would you please move towards the exhibition booths and see what our exhibitors have.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important
Come on. There's
topic.
A package for everyone.
And I'm glad you're here.
Go home with something very interesting
the only
within the auditorium,
silly question
move towards the exhibition
is a question
booths.
you do not
we have
ask.
interesting things in line
So
for you.
I implore you, Pastor Shola said it, you may raise your hands at any time and ask a question. So we're talking about the public health implications of unsafe
I see
food
some
practices.
motion. Thank you very much.
And I think
Thank
it's
you very,
important
very
that we
much.
first begin by defining unsafe food practices. So
If
these
you're
are
eating,
behaviors
take
or
a moment,
conditions
finish your meal,
that
but then
allow
be sure
food to become
to,
contaminated
access the
or
free
spoiled,
services and then the
leading
free
to
packages
illness.
that
And the
our
issue is
exhibitors have
relevant
put in
because
stock for us today.
contaminated food affects not only your individual health, you heard about Dr. Kemi's very unfortunate hospital stay, but it also affects families, communities,
Thank you very
and
much.
the economy.
Exhibiting today, we have Duchess
small
International
scale
Hospital.
and large scale economy.
We have the Marcel
So we'll
Ruth
look at the
Cancer
scale of the
Center
problem.
and Specialist Hospital.
Next slide,
We
please.
also have the
So,
R. Jolad Hospital.
unsafe food
and of
practices
course,
take many
Insight
forms,
Plus
and you have to
Healthcare.
think of it
Please be sure to thought through
throughout
all of these
the
things and
entire
see, what they
food
have in
value
store for you.
chain.
Thank you.
We're talking about from farming, processing the farmed products, transporting the farmed product. How many of you remember tomato Ebola? When tomato was now 1,000 naira for one tomato. And we all started sharing recipes on how to make food without tomato. Very good. So you can see where unsafe food practices do come in and start causing problems for everybody. The other thing that we're not usually sure of, and I think that's a very good depiction that you see on the scale, is this cross-contamination between raw and cooked and uncooked food. Very many of us have one cutting board in our house, in the kitchen. Whether you're cutting chicken, or you're cutting onion, or you're cutting pepper, it's the same thing. And the other day, I was asking, we had finished making stew for the whole family and everything. Then I asked them, I said, please cut me 2 oranges. Needless to say, the orange came tasting of pepper. But we are laughing now. But imagine that cross-contamination between food, raw and uncooked food. Next slide, please. So the issue is that the global burden of foodborne diseases is staggering. WHO estimates that 600 million people fall ill after consuming contaminated food. So this is not just a Nigerian problem. It has gone beyond the Lagos problem. It is a global problem. And it's getting worse because we all say Nigeria has happened to us. Globally, the world has happened to us. How many of you knew how much of your bread came from Ukrainian flour before the Ukraine-Russia crisis? You didn't know. You went out, the bakery was bringing out that lovely agege bread. You bought, you ate, not knowing that Russia-Ukraine was now going to affect the price of your bread. But it is important to realize that 420,000 deaths occur annually, and 40% of them are in children under 5. The commonest bacteria, Salmonella, think chicken and eggs. E. coli, think all meat and meat products, particularly the ones we like, abodi, shaki, those ones. Norovirus, think lettuce, cabbage, carrots, efo, particularly I think it's, which one? Ugu that we put in, and we want to put it in at the end of the cooking so that it retains its crunch and it makes the eba go down very well. Please think norovirus. And listeria, think all canned products, particularly your tin tomato that you quickly want to go and buy. You opened it and put inside the stew. Next slide, please. So the truth of the matter is that unsafe food doesn't just cause mild discomfort or even a situation as serious as the diarrhea and vomiting that Dr. Kemi so graphically described for us. And I'm glad you went down that route, because it's important to note that it can be so bad. It can trigger. She has access to health care, and I bless God for her life. But I'll tell you a story. I'm watching the time, thank you. I'll tell you a story. I had a young lady helping me in the house help. And I thank God she had the courage. Bang, bang, bang on my bedroom door at 4 a.m. in the morning. What is the matter? Ma? Hey, Ma, please, my brother has he's been vomiting all night, and we are looking for money to take him to hospital. You are looking for money to take him? 4 a.m. she banged on my door. I said, where is he? He's a security guard somewhere in VI. I said, oh yeah, call Lag Ride immediately. Thank you, Lagos State. I don't usually praise government. Everybody knows me from television. I'm always abusing government. And I can abuse you and your arsenal because I'm holding the microphone. But Lagos State, full respect. Try. You have tried. Small. Can do better. You have tried small. I said, call Lag Ride. Take him straight to General Hospital, Lagos. Hold on. I said, I'll meet you there. I quickly jumped into my scrubs because that one gets me entry anywhere I go. Grabbed my house help. She was looking at me. We jumped into the car. We got to General Hospital just as a Lag Ride was bringing her brother in. Now imagine mid to late 20s, probably also a footballer, who knows? But he was absolutely prostrate. He was as limp as a rag doll. He had eaten something the night before and had been vomiting and stooling all night. And of course, as a typical man, all men stand up and take a bow. He felt, Shebi is just vomiting and diarrhea. Shebi is just, this thing happens to me all the time. I will just chest it, jaw, nothing will happen. Until he had now realized that, wait, so water don't pass Gary. We got him there. Of course, my immediate suspicion was cholera. But the important thing was that, and this is something I'm going to mention, please, Pastor Shola, I'm going to beg you. Everybody here, if you are not on Lagos State Health Insurance, please don't come to church tomorrow and start to pray. Your prayer will not be heard. I've said it. I've said it, and I'm not laughing and smiling with you. Because that was what saved him. When we got there, they don't know anything about him. You have to go here, pay. You have to do this, pay. How was he going to do it? This boy was going right before our eyes. Okpe Lashma. Quickly, they brought the cholera kit. Lagos State has a cholera kit. And it's fluid, intravenous fluid, giving set, everything, including the swab and the plaster to insert. And I was standing there, I'm a doctor of 40 years, counted 1985. I watched how they put up a drip in this guy in less than 30 seconds. And within the first liter flowing into him, you could see, it was like, you could see him coming back to life. It was like how Gary swells when you pour water on it. But this is the problem, unsafe food practices. When we now took the history, exactly what Dr. Kemi said. He has been buying food from this place since he started working there. They know him, he knows them. Even when he doesn't have salary, his salary hasn't arrived, they will give him food. So he has complete trust in the source of the food. What happened? Maybe she brought out the meat to cook and something distracted her, and maybe she didn't cook it in time. And the toxin, or this one, because it turned out not to be cholera, they tested, and the toxin got in, and maybe she refrigerated it, maybe when she cooked it, but it was too late, and he ate contaminated food. Next slide, please. So we're looking at certain groups that are at higher risk. Children, pregnant women, keep moving the slides. People in their extremes of life, very old, very young. People with immunosuppression. And don't just think HIV. Think of even the people with cancer. And then, let me shock you all. Who is at risk? Each and every one of us. This is it's not my portion matter. Each and every one of us. For as long as you are living in a low and middle income country with poor water, poor sanitation, poor education, poor health systems, you are at risk. So everybody is at risk. Next slide, please. So beyond the health impacts, we have to recognize that poor food practices devastate economies. The outbreaks can erode public trust in the system generally. We all sit down and say, what's government even doing? They've told you what they are doing. But can government, honestly, I love Kemi with a passion. We've been friends for over 50 years. I know where she is. How many times have I called you since you took up that position? There's no way she can be in every single nook and cranny of the state, even though it's the smallest state in Nigeria, to see what every food vendor is doing. She can only work based on your reports. That's the first thing. We're talking about the farmers. We're talking about the transporters. We're talking about the food vendors. We're talking about the people who prepare the food. We're talking about you in your kitchen. Women, please stand up and take a bow. How many of you are guilty? You bring your handbag as you walk into the hand. Hey, boss, what have you prepared? The handbag goes on the kitchen counter or on the dining table because it's an expensive bag. You don't put it on the floor. Guilty. You quickly run and open the pot. Then you remember to wash your hands. Guilty. You've contaminated the top of that pot already. You've contaminated the spoon. Then you remember to go and wash your hands. So beyond the health impacts, we have to recognize
and the beer. And I know that it is, and I'm very, very proud to be a Lagos. But so many people come to Lagos. Over 3,000 a day. Lagos is the smallest state. And yet, 12% of the population of Lagos, of Nigeria, is from Lagos. Where are we going to put everybody? And we don't kick anybody out. We don't have borders like that. So there's a strain on everything that we give you in terms of services. That's why I said Lagos government cannot do it alone. And the governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is doing, he puts money where his mouth is. Anytime you hear us talk, it's because we've invested money into it. But sometimes we fail because you're not listening. So we go in there, we campaign, do this. We give free food that costs us billions. All those vendors that were giving out the free foods, they came for training. We go for training because we don't know it all. We learn about new chemicals that are not good for you. We let you know. We tell you this thing is not good, but you still eat it. We try and remove people from the roadside. You see all these kite people, moving people and all that away from the people complain that we're wicked. But it's all for your safety. At the end of the day, it's what will keep you safe. You all want to live long, healthy lives. And like Pastor said, it's not all about prayer. God only helps those who help themselves, but he will hear your prayer. But if you don't do your own part, that's why I said that he should have just continued preaching for the next 1 hour and we're done. Because he got it right. We're not listening. We're not. So when you see us in Lagos doing certain things, shutting down kitchens, shutting down this, just because it's your favorite place to go and eat, and the person is said, you don't mind them all? After all, I pay my taxes. I'm sure most of you don't pay your taxes, but we're not here for taxes. We're not going to go there. Yeah. After all, I pay my taxes. I've paid them. They keep on asking for this. They keep on asking for... We shut it down for a reason. Because of you. Because of you. Because of you. Because we care. We want you to be safe when you eat. What's the point of going to work, earning your money, whatever, and the next thing that you ingest is what is going to make you ill? So that's what the policies are driven, arrived at through the objective of ensuring that what you eat will not kill you. That's basically the bottom line. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits, which is what I've basically said? Effective policy interventions can lead to improved public health outcomes by reducing the incidences of foodborne illnesses. For you to have confidence wherever you go and eat that at least we're monitoring and regulating all the people that give you food. When consumers have confidence in the safety of food products, they are more likely to purchase and consume them, which can boost the local economy. Safe food production and the protection of public health can also have economic benefits, which is what I've said, such as an increase in trade and tourism. So if you go to a restaurant and they really do well and the food is fantastic, one person is going to tell the other person, you're going to tell the other person, look at Dirty December last year. The food vendors made a hell of a lot of it. Shawarma is one of those things that they've just made money galore. Everybody has it here and there, and people love it. The children love it. It's grilled chicken. It's got some vegetables in it and all that. But are they cooking it safely? Are they handling it safely? That's where we come into. You choose what you want to eat. And so when people buy and people are making this and they're making money, boosting the economy is that you will come and pay your taxes. So that's LIRS, because I'm not here as a tax person. So if you're a food vendor here and you're making money, pay your taxes, because they're going to come after you. Because those taxes, we need it to help the environmental health officers, for us to continue regulating, for us to support NAFDAC, because we listen to what NAFDAC would tell us, by the way, this, that is banned. We have to translate that into the local government. We have to go to the communities. Don't eat this anymore. People fight us for different things, but it's all for your own safety. Next, please. So collaboration. Collaboration, government agencies, private sector organizations, civil society groups are critical in ensuring safe food production and protecting public health. We cannot do it alone. We need you as partners, collaborators, to help us ensure that what we're trying to achieve, we actually achieve it. We do regular inspections and monitoring of food establishments, and which can help prevent safety infractions and ensure compliance with regulations. So all those kitchens, all those people that make food, they already know the standard. And we can never go below that standard. They know what they need to do, running water. We cannot start finding cockroaches in your kitchen. Once we find a cockroach in the kitchen, you're shut down until you do your pest or whatever. Food should not be on the floor in any shape or form. Because we have rodents, we have rats. They pee and they bring diseases as well. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Because when one person gets a disease and that person is not hygienic, doesn't wash their hands, and they make food, it passes on. It's just like that. It's that law. One person gets it, second person will get it, third person will get it, and all that. If they should wear masks, they should cover their hair. Things that fall out of dirty hair. And all those big fat wigs that have attracted dust. And so the person is doing like this and doing like this and doing like this, and you don't know that the thing is falling into your plate. Those are, it might sound like, It's very important. Very, very, very important. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, policy interventions for safe food production and public health protection requires a comprehensive approach that involves multi-stakeholders and strategies.
Largely prevent. I'm thinking to myself, everybody's going to think, shall I still eat after all this? I'm being told, diarrhea problems and so on and so forth. That's not the message. That's not the message at all. The message is that we need to sometimes look at our lifestyles, because there can be problems or issues that come from not keeping food safe, not preparing food safely, and in particular, and I'm sure that Dr. Adeniyi is going to also talk about, in particular from childhood. It's children are the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, and obviously those who are less have not enough money, so they're sort of buying food from the roadside and so on. But the point of all this is not to stop you from eating your wonderful food, is to make sure that we check what we're doing and to do it in moderation. And I'm saying that because even though the links are about health and food at the moment are about the communicable diseases, I'm now going to link food to cancer. So I don't want to put you off totally, but I think we do need to be informed, we do need to be aware, and we do need to be able to educate the people around us about how to make sure that we are stopping ourselves from getting any problems, including both communicable and non-communicable diseases. So next slide, please. How on earth, you're all saying, is food linked to cancer? And then I know what's going to happen next is that most people are going to start saying, shall I eat sugar? Am I allowed to eat this? Am I allowed to do that? Most of what I'm saying, can I just start with this, that unless you eat a huge amount of these foods, that even the ones we're going to discuss, you're not really at risk of cancer. Okay, you'll have to be able to ingest quite a lot of it. But there are some things that you need to be thoughtful about, and in particular, really, so if you want to fall asleep now, it's just about safe practices that have already been highlighted very, very clearly already this morning. So food safety, has been said by all the previous 6 speakers, is a public health issue, and one that we need to be aware of, and we need to take into consideration everything that is being put to us, both in the state and across the country. The fact that cancer rates are rising, people always ask me this question, and initially when I first came back and opened my cell, Ruth, I wasn't really sure, but now I think I'm able to share some data with you that is worrying, and therefore also comes back to how do we live our lives, how do we change our lifestyle habits to try and ensure that we are not at risk. So this slide, I'm not expecting you to look at it in detail, but there is data to show that there are hundreds of thousands of people who are dying from cancer across the world. And if you remember COVID, the COVID period, when all of us thought, oh my gosh, the world is coming to an end in that year, in 2020, everybody's dying from COVID. In fact, there were about 3 million deaths recorded from COVID. And in the same period, there were about 10 million deaths recorded from cancer. So even at that time that we can all remember that, oh my gosh, COVID and so many people died, 3 times more people died from cancer than from COVID. Next slide, please. So this is data from Nigeria, but one thing I'm sure that Professor Roberts will tell you that we all struggle from in this part of the world is accurate data. You know, even the census, we think there are 200 million Nigerians living in the country. We think there are about 20 million living in Lagos. But actually, in most places, data is not actually accurate. And so one of the things that we are trying to do, both at Marcel Ruth and in combination with the teaching hospitals and with the government, is to try and get proper data. So the data that I'm showing you here that says there were only about 100,000 people who died from cancer in that year, 2020, we don't really know because a lot of the deaths are not really reported properly. There's now a move to improving cancer registries across the country, but we're just starting and we have a lot of work to do on that matter. Next slide, please. What we do know, we started Marcel Ruth, will be 5 years in December. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that before Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi morphed into her more senior, fantastic role, she was our director of nursing, having come back from the US, having done oncology nursing for more than 30 years. So we started Marcel Ruth with some very serious talent, some very serious people, because buildings and infrastructure are one thing, but you really need the expertise, the commitment, the passion to do the work that we're doing. And in the next slide, and I do apologize because this is not the updated slide, we've seen just over 5,000 patients at Marcel Ruth. Now, about 70 to 80% of the patients we see are cancer patients, but in one hospital, and of course we're a cancer hospital, so a lot of the patients come to us. But in 5 years, we've seen over 5,000 patients. We see around 100 new patients every month at Marcel Ruth, coming from across the country and now coming back from abroad, because now people understand that actually it's better to be amongst your family and your friends and your support, and also actually care is cheaper here than it is if you went abroad. But in particular, I want to bring up the point in the next slide, which is that we've seen almost 200 children with childhood cancers at Marcel Ruth. So I think there is a story here in terms of the fact that cancer is something that we should be concerned about. And where we can, because it's not everything that you can prevent, next slide please, but where we can, we should be thinking about how we can change our lifestyle habits. And that's one of the reasons why we're having these discussions. In fact, the biggest risk of getting cancer is getting older every day. So if anyone thinks about King Charles of England, I think maybe the moral of the story is you can't spend all your life waiting for one thing, right? The man waited for over 70-something years to become the King of England. And what hit him next? Diagnosed with cancer. The older you get, the more likely you are to get cancer, the longer you live. We can't change that. In fact, we're all hoping that we're going to live for a very long time, right? That's why one of the reasons why we come to church every Sunday, no? Right? Okay, but there are things that we can change. There are habits, smoking, tobacco, excess alcohol use, and of course today we're talking about nutrition, and most of the discussion has been about how the food is produced and kept and stored. But there's also the other aspect that I think Professor Roberts alluded to when she was talking about her weight. I don't know what she's talking about myself, frankly. Did you see any excess weight there? I don't understand though. Do you understand? You shouldn't come and make the rest of us feel bad, okay? All right. But it's also about eating food healthily. Everything in moderation and having every group of food on your plate. But also physical activity is part of it. She mentioned generators. I have a theory about that, and I'll come back to that later. Next slide, please. So, what is this link between food and cancers? Why am I even discussing it? Now, the real problem is that, yes, there's some genetic risks of having cancer. There are people who have family histories of cancer, and we now know that there's some genes that predispose to cancer. For example, how many of you know Angelina Jolie? Angelina Jolie? All the women in the house? Yes, yeah. Who found that she had something called the BRCA gene, BRCA, because her aunt, her mother, her grandmother had all suffered from breast cancer. And this gene is now being shown to actually predispose to people getting breast cancer, but other cancers as well. But with that knowledge, she removed both her breasts preventively to make sure that she doesn't get breast cancer. A little bit extreme, you might say, but each man to his own, and maybe actually she's not done the wrong thing. So there are some genetic risks of getting cancer, but we also now know that there are environmental risks of getting cancer. And actually, I think the generator and the pollution from cars, which is not regulated so much in this part of the world, we know are risks of getting cancer. But we also know that there are some what we call carcinogens that are also present in food. Now, carcinogens are basically substances that can affect the genes that we have and change even one or two proteins in that gene could actually end up with you a risk of getting cancer. And that's what we're discussing today. Next slide, please. So there are very, very well described carcinogens that can cause cancer, and some of them are illustrated here. And they're present particularly in red meats, in hot dogs, and so on. So I'm sure most of you know or will have heard of the fact that people are always saying, don't eat so much red meat. And that's the reason why. And these are actually well-proven scientific data that show that these substances, sometimes in the meat already, but also sometimes because of the way the meat is prepared, and also when it's left around for a while. Next slide, please. So coming back to home, because we can talk about things in the world, right, but things are different in our part of the world. And so to make this a very practical conversation so that you understand what our risks are in this part of this world, we still have a massive issue with pesticides, because obviously the farmers need to increase their produce and make sure their produce, as was illustrated, look better, look more like you would want to buy it over the counter or in the marketplace. All right? So.
Okay, still clapping. Let's also welcome Dr. Orode Doeti. Please, ma, you can come as well. Dr. Orode here. Let's have them. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. We had the table of men. So this is the seat of heavy women. Let's keep clapping for them. Let's keep clapping for them. Then lastly, we'll call Dr. Boduri. Please, ma, you can come and have your seat. Let's keep clapping till they come and have their seats. So now we can now have our seats. We can have our seats. Even me too, I'll have my seats. Thank you. All right. So please, let's write our questions because it's Q&A time. So please write your questions. If you have questions, you can even raise up your hand to ask your questions if you are bold enough. But if you are not bold enough, you can just write it and give it to the ushers. Is that fine? So we'll do this together. So thank you very, very much. So Dr. Kemi, starting from you, it was a great session. I learned a lot. But I have one question. The first one is, you mentioned a campaign by the Lagos State, which is called the Safe Plate Campaign. Very beautiful initiative. I was like, wow, that's a good name for a good initiative. So my question is, why have we not expanded that campaign so far? So many of the restaurants I've eaten, I've not seen something like Safe Plate Approved, maybe the government logo, so that I know where to eat. Because when I know it's endorsed by the Lagos State government, I will go there and eat with pride. Won't you eat with pride? Yeah. Know that it is safe. So what are the strategies we have in place to escalate this campaign so that every Nigerian, especially the Lagosians, can know where to eat that is safe and approved by the Lagos State government?
Okay, thank you. Kind of a good question. Well, restaurant owners, once they're assessed, they're given the certificate. It's a certificate. If you go to some places, even if you go to, say, Dr. Elebute's office, her certificate is up there on the wall, you know, showing that I've done this. In lifts, they write inspected. You can see the date the next inspection is due. So the onus for us to say for the government to now start giving them plaques or showing their certificate, it's one, expensive. What I would say is that it would be nice to have maybe like a website. If you want to know whether a place is safe or not, then you can put in and you can see active, which is what we're doing with HEFAMA. HEFAMA is the one that actually regulates the hospitals to make sure that they're actually safe for you to have your services there. So yes, you have a point. Some people just don't think it is important. Most of you didn't know about it. Now you know. But it's something that I will take back and say, look, I gave this talk and people actually didn't know, so maybe we need to do more. That's what government is about. Government is about listening to the people and seeing that you didn't know that there was actually this. I'm telling you so that you can have confidence. So whatever we're doing, like we're doing for the hospitals, we'll try and do it again for the restaurants. But bear in mind, there are many restaurants.
Yeah.
A restaurant is different from restaurant.
Yeah.
Buka is different from
restaurant.
Iyalamala is different from. So we're not telling you that Iyalamala is not safe or safe.
Yeah.
We are now talking about the elite restaurants that they have their names. Even Buka, there's a Buka Hut.
Yes.
Buka Hut should also have. So those ones that they've got signage, they've been regulated, you know, they've got the certificate, we know about them. Yeah, you're probably going to find a certificate somewhere. Or you can ask them, oh, by the way, have you been? There's nothing wrong in asking, oh, can I see the manager or the chef? Where is your certificate that Lagos has approved you and that you are clean enough? Absolutely nothing wrong. If they say, which one is that one? We don't need that. Come and report them. We will go there, go and see and ensure that somebody asked you or some people have been asking you. That's how we know. Because every single day or every week, somebody is setting up a restaurant. Yeah. We cannot keep up with it. But yes, true. I will actually take that back. It's a good suggestion for the elite restaurants, the real restaurants.
Yes,
not for your Yalamala. She has no clue. And she doesn't care because she sells her stuff. She sells her food.
Yeah, all right. Please let's clap for her. Also, just to add as well, I think once there's something called the Safe Plate, should I say certification, it's more of a bragging right.
Absolutely.
So if you make them know that at least your bragging rights, you can start with the top ones, like the big names that we know. So when we see the big names doing it, the others will follow suit. Oh, this is what is dragging guys there. So we think that will help us.
It's a digital age.
Yes.
So we're going to go like that and then maybe tell the public that you can Google and find out the places to eat.
Yeah.
They're even online now.
Yes.
If you say places to eat in Lagos, all the people that came from England during the dirty December, they all Googled. And part of tourism is for people to say, where can I eat Nigerian food? Where can I eat Indian food? Where can I eat Chinese food? If you Google it, you will find some. But those people have registered with the company that is putting them out there in Google. So they make money out of promoting themselves. So, but I get your point. This one, you have to go on the Lagos State government website.
Yeah.
But,
All right,
ma'am. You know.
Thank you very, very much, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So, Dr. Elebute, you said a lot of amazing things during your presentation, especially the food part. There were so many food, like my pomo, and my hot akara. So, those ministries help the stomach ministry. Praise the Lord. So you've said a lot that you don't want us to eat. So my question is, what are your recommendations of what we can eat that is safe? So I'm coming from a solution approach. So what can you recommend for us that we can eat, or at least that is we can manage to go for and reduce the one, because we can't promise you that we won't eat all those we will manage it. But what can we do? Or what are the recommendations for the ones that are better, that are non-carcinogenic, that will reduce this cancer burden that we're facing? Thank you.
So
thank you very much for the question, and I'm glad you asked the question because I felt after the talk that lots of people are going to leave here today thinking, oh my gosh, I can't eat this, I can't eat that. I didn't say that at all, actually. I did not say that.
Yeah.
What I said was, it's knowing how things are prepared, for example. I'm not saying you should make everything at home because, of course, we don't all have time to eat all this, make our food at home, but just be a bit more intentional, a bit more conscious about where you're buying your food from, okay? I mean, there's some things that are a real, not a no-no, but I mean, they're sort of like the habit, particularly students, mothers, children, that Indomie age, where everybody's eating Indomie every single day, right?
True.
As one of the meals that they're eating, that is a problem.
Yeah.
But eating for more, once or twice a week, especially if you know you're not buying it from the roadside where they haven't cleaned, the area is not cleaned properly, or how they're preparing the food is not well done. Everything in moderation.
Okay.
Shawarma is fine once in a while, and so on and so forth.
Amen. Okay.
Even like we say, even alcohol is okay in moderation. The one thing that's a complete no-no, but I'm sure none of you do that because you're in church, is smoking. Because there's a huge problem with smoking. That is a different matter altogether. But when it comes to food, no one's saying don't eat anything. Even the eating it from the mama, whatever side from time to time, as long as you don't get diarrhea, right? It's fine. It's just not, So, for example, I think I said it. It's not a matter of Indomie for breakfast. What was that thing that made from cow meat, cow food? Kwabi. Look at them, kwabi. Exactly. Indomie for breakfast, kwabi for lunch, and it's suya with, no, not just suya with puff and akara. That's not made at home, and so on. That's what we're talking about. It's moderation, but also just being, you really need to think. You do need to think. And also, I think from the previous conversations as well, don't ignore. So some people will go to the mama, whatever, or even your work cafeteria, and then end up with diarrhea. And then they don't tell anybody. They just manage it at home, and they think it's fine. Actually, it's not fine. Because even in your work cafeteria, it could be that one of the food handlers has salmonella, typhoid, on there, because we carry it around on our hands. Because most of these things are, you go to the bathroom, you don't wash your hands properly, not a great thing anyway, but for those who are cooking, it should be a complete no-no. So the problem, what we're saying is, if you have had diarrhea, go back and let them know. Whoever it is, the restaurant, whether top or middle or whatever, let them know because there is a problem. And don't let other people be at risk before you tell them. And then from the carcinogenic point of view, most of these things only have a small amount of these things. So if you're not eating them on a regular basis, you're not likely to be at risk, but just be informed.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's clap for that. That's a good clarity. So we can eat it, but in moderation. Yeah. So that mostly stays, but in moderation. Praise the Lord. All right. All right. But the second, a tweak part to that question is, are there foods that have anti-carcinogenic effects that can help this cancer, or are so nutritious that it keeps that homeostasis in the body where the cancer doesn't disturb? Do you have any food like that that fights cancer?
Brilliant question.
Thank you.
And a lot of, and I think Dr. Shikmaya had it on her slide actually, she raced through. Citrus fruits that contain vitamin C, leafy vegetables, fish, chicken, red meat in small quantities, beans, lentils, high fiber foods. Actually, to be honest, most of our own natural foods that we eat, gari and so on and so forth, they're all very, very good. I mean, with the carbohydrates, you just have to be a bit careful about the portions, but a little bit of about whatever it is with lots of your vegetables, not the nkobi, whatever, but all the other, there's efo, there is ugu, there's all sorts of amazing, you have to be careful about how much salt that we put in our foods. But, especially, when we make these things, they have smoked fish. The thing is, with those smoked fish, and everything, they're preserved with salt. So don't add any more salt, then you'll get everything. But well, you've already put your salt, then you put your Maggi cube, then you put the smoked something. What is originally a nutritious thing becomes a problem. But in most of our diets, especially if you go to the villages, I don't know how many people still go to their hometowns?
Yeah.
You see, that's part of the problem. Most of us, we sit in Lagos, where Lagos, people, fantastic to those who go. And those who actually go and spend time there, right? Where the farming remains organic, where your grandparents are still cooking from, the earth and so on. That is the best. Just think about things like that. I think Dr. Orode said earlier on, food in boxes or packets are not where you want to be. So cornflakes and all that kind of stuff, honestly, if you feed your children on things that are more natural and more nutritious. And yes, once in a while they're okay, but cornflakes Monday, Indomie Tuesday, Cocoa Pops Wednesday, Indomie Thursday. Are you getting my drift?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to what do we eat for breakfast? Oats, pap, bread with something, eggs, right, and so on, and then beans and akara is good. Well, especially when you make it at home and fry it at home and you change your oil. All right, you're getting my drift.
Yeah.
So most of our foods are actually amazing foods, and that's what we should be. If you can prepare them at home, that's fine. When we were younger, we used to prepare the food at home for school the next day, right? And that's what we took to school in the morning, and so on. So that's those kind of habits. But I'm not going to say too much about most of them. But please bin the Indomie. Done. Thank you.
All right, let's clap for her. All right. Well. Okay, so Dr. Orede, I have just one question for you as well. Great presentation around babies, the mom. But my question is, from your experience as a consultant pediatrician, have you had cases where there was a serious case based on food-related issues? And if it happens at home, because it's best to be able to manage it first before it gets that severe. So what can we parents do if we get to experience that food-related crisis at home? What are the management, what are the management methods we can do before it becomes too serious? And with your experience, what would be your advice to counsel parents, especially in that part of food-related crisis, based on what we've been eating, what the kids eat, or what the babies were fed?
All right, so thank you. Can you all hear me?
No.
Yeah. Right. Can you hear me?
No, not really.
It's on.
Are you?
It's
It
on.
is on.
It's on.
It's
Okay.
on. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
some volume. Thank you. So when you say food-related crisis, I think of two things. One is diarrheal illness, when there's a child who gets diarrhea for one reason or another. The second is children who develop food aversion, and I'll explain what that is. So with diarrhea, prevention is always the best thing. And how do you prevent diarrhea? In the first instance, children who are under the age of 6 months that are exclusively breastfed, the chances are very low. Indeed, children who are breastfed are protected against diarrhea, both by the immunologic properties of milk, as well as by the fact that there's no preparation involvement. It's wash your hands, breastfeed your baby, right? So short of your breast carrying an infection physically, which is usually not the case, and I don't advocate washing the breast before you feed the baby, because there are natural oils there that must be there in order. So once you've had a bath in the morning, you're fine, right? So a bath with soap every day, once a day, that's all you need. So diarrhea usually then will happen in children who are not exclusively breastfed and for whom the process of preparing the food, there's some contamination. Could either be that the hands were not washed. Milk is a fantastic medium for growth. The same way milk helps your baby and your baby's brain and your baby's body grow very well, it helps bacteria grow stupendously well. Bacteria will grow in no time at all in milk, just like blood. Like, think of milk as white blood.
So milk will grow bacteria fast. So don't say you put the baby, I'll give you a classic example of a terrible thing. Baby was feeding from a bottle. Then you put the bottle down. Baby only took 2/3 of the milk. You left the remaining 1/3. Put it back in the fridge. You know you are growing the contamination. Bring it out again. Shake it. Plunk it back in baby's mouth. The amount of stuff. Because baby has natural organisms in their mouth, right?
Yeah.
So between taking it out and putting it down and restoring it, you've grown new stuff in that milk. If milk is not used, breast milk that you store, if it's not used within an hour of thawing, junket it. So we advise moms who are saving milk to store it in small containers. So 2 ounces at most, because it's not easy to produce breast milk. You don't want to be throwing out 6 ounces of it. So don't store 6 ounces of it. Store it in 2 or 3 ounce packets. So that's one. Diarrheal illness. What do you do? First, you prevent. But if it starts to happen, ORS and zinc. ORS is oral rehydration solution. Now in the pharmacies, it's so beautiful. In our time, honestly, we had to sit, measure. Now you just buy the packets, use the measuring cup, pour it in, and you mix it once a day, and the baby takes it in little sips. What it does is it restores the baby's fluids without allowing the baby to go into dehydration. And we tell mothers, if the baby starts to cry without tears, or they're not making enough urine, off you go to the hospital. The reason we give zinc along with it is because zinc also helps heal the guts. All right? So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is really an issue, is food aversion. And we see food aversion in children who, remember I was talking and saying, you add this and you add that. It's all very nice when you say it. Some children have their own idea about how they want to be weaned. Some children actually want to be in control of the situation. Some children don't like pap when it is thick. They want it a little syrupy. Some children don't like the texture of oatmeal. Some children prefer amala and ewedu. Some will vomit it the first time you put it in their mouth. Some children simply do not like okra, no matter what you do with okra, because it has a texture, they can't take it at a certain age. You have to understand the child you have. Just like as an adult, you have preferences. Some people will see amala and they will do like this, and some people will see it and they will settle down to eat it very well. They have a brain between their ears. They are not just short human beings. They are whole human beings. They have preferences. They have textures they like. They have smells they like. They have things they like to taste. Some children are salad eaters from a very early age. Some children are sweet eaters from a very early age. Some children, they go with the bland or sometimes even sour foods. Some children love yogurt. Some hate it. Learn your child. Remember I said feeding a child is not just about plunking the child and placing the food. No. It's a love connection. It's an engagement. You get to know the child. I have 3 children. I call them 3 generations. My firstborn ate anything that flew by. My secondborn was full of allergies. In fact, he is the child that I used to learn to thicken food. So he was exclusively breastfed, but we had to start thickening his rice cereal with rice cereal from a young age because he couldn't keep food down. My third child chose, he would come near it almost as though he was smelling it before he would make a decision as to whether he was going to eat it or not. If I didn't have joy around feeding and making sure everybody eating at the same time and making sure, so you learn them with time and you have to take the time. I know you don't feel like you have a lot of time when you're a young mother, but that's why you have a husband or a father or a partner or a family member. This should not be about one person being responsible for feeding the child. This should be about everybody. When food aversion happens, it's because children have been forced to eat food. Then they stop eating food. That is a real crisis because children's brains need food to grow optimally. We only have 2 years to lay the first and most important set of building blocks. So food is a relationship with, food is something that you have to cultivate the relationship with food with your children carefully and properly because that's what sets the foundation for a healthy brain. When you have food aversion in a child, it's back to the basics. What we do is we sit with the mom and go carefully with her, with a counselor, and teach her how to read her child's cues in order for her to succeed with the child. Thank you. Thank you.
That was full of wisdom. All right.
Dr. Bordering, just a quick one, just one. We know that when people face food-related issues, you talk something about anemic conditions. So my question is, from the angle of the Lagos State, what are the quick access to blood banks or, yes, especially blood banks provision? How can we get blood quickly, especially in the cases of food-related issues that is anemic and needs urgent intervention? What is the role of Lagos State in ensuring that there's quick access?
So first of all, most food-related anemia might not need blood transfusion. So most of them, we see a lot of them walking around. For example, right now, I've checked my blood level just some days ago. I don't have the optimal amount of blood I need to. So once we discover it, the first thing is we want to talk about your diet. We tell you go eat green vegetables, take vegetables, fruits with it because of the vitamin C there, eat well, and then come back, check it again. The second thing is if it is not getting better, the next thing is we want you to see a doctor to know the cause. It might not be a routine thing. Whatever the cause, the doctor tries to find out. For example, if you have an ulcer and it's bleeding, you might have a higher deficiency anemia. And so we need to treat the ulcer, treat the cause first before you begin to take those drugs. The third thing, as I said, when you're unable to correct the anemia from either good food, finding the cause and solving that problem, or taking medications, you need a blood transfusion. So what is Lagos State doing? Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service actually has about 200 blood banks registered in Lagos. And people will wonder how. So we have 161 registered blood banks right now. Some of those registered blood banks are fully functional. Some of them are under surveillance because at the beginning of this year, we had an external quality assurance exercise. So whichever organization or whichever facility that does not do well or pass it, actually EQA, that's external quality assurance, are not compulsory, but because of our circumstance in Nigeria and Lagos State, we made it compulsory for every private and public facility. So whichever facility that does not pass it was put or is put under surveillance. But right now we have 161 private blood banks and then 30 public blood banks that are existing, coupled with the other blood banks that are being manned by the Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service. So we have about 200 blood banks where you can access blood in every corner of Lagos State. The problem is, where is it, as you have said? And that is why we just launched the website, because we were unable to have access to it. There's no way we could publish 200 names every day in the newspapers. It has the easiest way, especially since we are in a generation of quick access from social media, is for us to have it. So if you look at our website now, you have the list of the red licensed one, you have a list of the active ones, so that people do not make the mistake of going to an inactive private blood bank. And all the public blood banks are actually active and accessible for blood donation as well as blood collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for the Lagos State government. That's a good one. All right. Thank you very, very much, man. So now over to the house. If you have any question, okay, please just raise your hand. Oh, wow. So this is a lot. So can we do it in one minute? Please, 1 minute. When you exceed 1 minute, I'll start shouting, praise the Lord, so that you can stop. All right. Please, let's give the mic and let's just start.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the knowledge so far shared. I have a little bit of question, but it's actually personal to me concerning my health. It has to do with ulcer. Like it started when I was in the bank in Lagos. I was in 2021. Formerly, it was when I don't eat, I feel the pains. But now is if I eat, I feel the pains. I'm still trying to figure out what could cause that kind of. And sometimes the pain can be very, very excruciating, like to the point where I get scared of even eating. I see food, I'm scared of food because of the pains. I'm wondering if there are some diets you could recommend that could actually help mitigate that actually. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that question and for sharing in this space. So first, how old are you, sir? Roughly? 32. Okay. All right. Fine. I think especially since you're now getting pain when you even eat. There are a number of tests that you need to have done. One is called the H. pylori test, Helicobacter pylori, which is an organism that lives in the sort of gullet and around the stomach area, which can cause inflammation all the time. And it's very important to know whether you're positive. It's easily curable with antibiotics and omeprazole. But also, you may need an endoscopy. You may need a tube passed down. And there's nothing to be worried about. You'll be sedated and you won't really remember. But it's important that you have it done. And I'm saying that because especially if it's chronic ulcer or gastritis, and not to scare you, but if it continues unchecked, it is a risk factor for cancer. So you do need to see somebody and see somebody soon and get these tests done. So that's one thing that you must do. Okay, I hope that's helpful.
Do you have Ilere-Eko? Do you have health insurance? You do?
At work? If you have an HMO, yes.
Excellent.
So, yes, go. And if so write it down, H. pylori and an endoscopy, OGD. And if they try and fob you off and say, no, you don't need it, blah, blah, you insist, or try and find me through Dr. Adeshida. Okay? All right. Okay.
The next person.
I know.
Please, who's the next person with the mic?
Maybe you want to do that row first and then this row.
Okay,
I think there are two more there.
Yeah. Okay, the next person behind. Okay. Is anybody with the mic? Okay, if you have it, please just speak.
Do you mind if I just say that please, I know it's so easy because you have us here, personal issues. We're not consulting right now. So that one was just a one-off. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a very long time. You can see us after, or you can go through your medical team, because we've been here, all day. So if you can just ask questions that can benefit everybody, and just keep your own personal one, absolutely we'll be able to answer them. So that will save a lot of time.
However, just so that we don't miss some people who do need some help, because I've seen that before.
Yeah.
If there's something that's really bothering you, please ask the question. But I think what Dr. Guyemi is trying to say is this is not a clinic, right? So please ask more general questions. But if you do have something that's really bothering you and you haven't managed to get an answer to the question, to the problem, do ask. We're here for the next few minutes.
Please, can you write your questions?
They don't let them come to you at all. Questions of them.
Okay, there's one on the screen. Thank you very much. Please, can you just write your questions so to guide us to know what we can answer?
All right, Famutibe, we have a question on the screen.
Yeah, which I'm ready now.
Yes.
Does Lagos State government appreciate freelancing for food health inspectors? And is there a platform where one can report when a vendor's cooking condition and environment is bad? So is that the escalation process? Yeah. Okay.
So it's called you can even just write to Ministry of Health, because we'll send it to the department. It will be the environmental health officers. Those are the people that we have. They have their teams. They have the people that they take along with them. When it's not just one person going inside into a restaurant or anything like that. So absolutely, if you get in touch with them, we're always short-staffed. We're always you said freelance, right? Yeah, it depends on what you have, your credentials. We will take you if you meet that, and if you have also been trained. So, they have maybe quarterly or twice a year. They get all the people that want to volunteer or even be freelance, whatever, and then you go through the training. It's not just a matter of just going in. You have to learn the questions to ask, what to see, what to take note of, and also how to advise the people over there. So it's not just something you follow and all that. So absolutely, we're open to that. And it's environmental health. It's actually Dr. Ajayi, environmental, he's the director of environmental health, and that's his area. However, if you write to the commissioner or myself, we will direct it there, or the permanent secretary, Ministry of Health.
All right, thank you very, very much. So please pass your questions around. We're reading the questions so we can vet the questions. The next question is, can genetic traits be passed through blood donations and breast milk supplies from a different mother to another baby?
The short answer is no.
From me too.
A trait cannot be passed.
Not even traits. You cannot pass genes.
You cannot
through
pass genes.
fluids. Through bodily fluids. Your genes
DNA
are what
remain with you.
You're
Yes,
born
they are
with.
born-
They're made. It's already. Sorry, am I
But
echoing
can I?
somebody?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I
It's
thought I
right.
was
You're
answering.
right.
Sorry. Okay.
You're right. But really, some of this I understand. I seem to understand where that question is coming from.
I do,
It's
yes.
more about diseases
Yes.
and other conditions.
Yep.
We've had people with polycythemia, because when you have polycythemia, that's when you have too much blood that is related to a disease condition. Such people, they donate blood. We do not call it a blood donation per se because it's a form of treatment. That blood that is collected is supposed to be discarded. So we have people that once that blood is given, especially in the commercial sector, some of them are commercial donors because they have so much blood with them. Well, we've had cases where people get transfused with it and they just notice that the person has a high level of blood for a while. So I've had reports, and we are wondering, we have to do more research about it. I've had reports from colleagues like the MD of Next Hematology, people that take care of a lot of sickle cell patients and wonder that where did this blood come from. And because of that, they do not collect from private blood banks because we don't know what has happened. So the question is, should you collect blood from somebody that is not healthy? No. Blood from someone that is not healthy might not be healthy for the recipient. So we've had similar questions. It's not actually genetics, it's more of disease conditions. Can we pass disease conditions from person to person? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So the next question says, I have heard of many intending couples needing to start preparing their bodies for childbirth. What kind of food should the man and woman eat? And at what stage before they start trying to conceive? Oh, wow.
Well, if they want to have twins, it's yam, right?
Yes.
Yam. So plenty.
Yam from
And
Elisha.
If they want
Yam
plenty
from Elisha. That has been grown in Elisha.
Okay, Elisha yam.
Elisha yam.
Elisha yam.
Snail is for boy.
Okay. Snail apparently is for boy.
Snails.
Yam and snails too. Yam and snails too. There you go.
On a serious note,
Yes.
remember we talked about the woman's body being necessary for it to be prepared, right? So you certainly want protein, calcium, so milk, yogurts, and dairy, folic acid, green leafy vegetables, and a supplement. I always ask for a supplement because, you know, we just don't, our diets are all over the place. And as people are trying to conceive and getting married and everybody's trying to be slim and people are just cutting out the kind of food, just take a supplement. It just makes life easier. And water. Water is truly life. So water, stay hydrated and, you know, then follow your period and do all the other things. So in terms of specific food, Nigeria, we say yam, you know, Elisha yam for twins. But iron, protein, calcium, folic acid, and water.
All right.
A question for you.
It's a question again. It says, is it possible that babies are overfed even when on exclusive breastfeeding?
Yeah.
How do we explain babies or enormous size under 6 months?
So a baby's size doesn't always correlate with the baby's weight, right? So a baby born to a giant of a man can be a giant baby. It does not necessarily mean that that baby is overweight, although usually they are. And I have to be honest, many exclusive breastfed babies, they do cross the percentiles line early, and they have a lot of chub. But then they do that thing where between 6 and 12 months, they kind of level out, right? So yes, we do see exclusively breastfed babies tip the scales, and usually then they level out. So it's possible. Yeah.
Sorry, there was one question that seemed to disappear about what should a woman who is not lactating do after 24 hours or whatever? Just from a practical point of view, because my second grandchild was born recently, and my daughter has been on PAP. Yeah. And is now having to donate her breast milk to a blood bank. So you know that old adage of PAP.
PAP is
I never
the
believed
answer.
it, but I've seen it. I mean, she's just, you know, sometimes to say she has so much that she's actually having to donate it to a blood bank. So
but
I just wanted to say,
within the first 24 hours,
it's about latching on, right?
Within the first 24 hours. Remember, I said all they actually produce every time they feed them are 4 to 5 cc. It's very small amounts. It's not a lot. We don't expect the milk to come in until after 72 hours. When we say the milk comes in, the mother will tell you, I'm feeling the milk flowing, physically feeling flowing through my breast, and then you start seeing it's dropping. In those first 72 hours, there's no panic. If you are with an experienced pediatrician, they'll tell you, put the baby to breast. Is the baby sucking? Yes, baby is sucking. Does the baby calm down and sleep afterwards? Yes. Birth the baby, they're fine. You can check their blood sugars if you are really anal. If a baby is healthy and well, has a normal functioning liver, they will maintain their blood sugars. They will. They absolutely will. If a baby is sick, that's a different kettle of fish. That baby obviously needs. But in the first 2 days, it's not like this. I said, just keep putting to breast because the milk will come. And pap and tiger nuts, yes, it's serious. You will become a donor.
All right. I think that's a good state to donate. All right. There's a lot of concern about seed oils, as some research says it is harmful for people. Is that true? Also, can I refuse oil?
Reuse.
Also, can I reuse oil for frying fish, meat, or plantain? Can I
don't know
reuse
about, I don't know about seed oils. I don't really know. I've never heard anything about seed oils. Most seed oils are actually quite healthy. I think they're healthy. As long as you're not allergic, because you just, you know, and they're supposed to be better than like the old groundnut oil and everything. So the more recent almond oil and so on are supposed to be better. I don't know. I mean, all of us, I mean, nobody's going to be changing their oil to fry plantain, then fry fish, then fry chicken. I mean, apart from anything, all these things are very expensive, right? I think the changing oil is about how long it's been, you know, whether it's every 1 or 2 weeks. And it depends, of course, if you have fried something where the oil clearly looks, you know, as if it's been tainted or tattered or whatever it is, then you should change it.
Well, it changes color.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
And then if you, I mean, I reuse my oil, and maybe 3 days. It depends on how often you're frying, which really you shouldn't be eating fried foods every day anyway. And then when you finish frying, you cover it. Very, very important. You have to cover it,
cool down.
and you can reuse it because the color is. If you fry plantain today, why not use the same oil tomorrow? And make sure you cover it, even if it's in your kitchen or you put it in your oven, which is what most people do anyway. But once the color starts changing, it's a no-brainer. Or you see specks or whatever, and then you just change it. That's all. It's up to you.
But you shouldn't be eating fried food every day. I think that's important.
All right. Sorry. The next question says, how can I check if my 2-year-old child is allergic to some certain foods being introduced to him?
So, in general, children manifest food allergies. Sometimes they'll have something like a rash around their mouths. It may tell you. Some of them vomit. Some of them develop what is called a food aversion. You bring the food near the child. So children who have nut allergies, peanut allergies especially, they'll come in a room and you see them sort of give you a sign. And you say, what is it? And I say, something is smelling bad. And you say, you know, in Nigeria, we say, come on, be quiet there. You know, see people are eating and they're saying the food. But that child may have a food aversion because that's a protective mechanism. And then we encourage people to only introduce new foods every few days. So you're going on vacation or you're going to a new place or something new today, something new tomorrow. If an allergy manifests, you will not know necessarily which one was the cause of the allergy. So as much as possible, when you're introducing new foods to children, you know, just keep a diary or just keep in mind that, he hasn't pooped for 2 days since he ate so and so food. Could it be related? The idea is that you learn by child. And some children do what my firstborn did. They just break out from head to toe in great big wheels. Nobody needed to tell me she was reacting. Off to the hospital you go. So some children will have a rash. some just around the mouth, some will vomit, some will, do this aversive behavior, and some of them will just have serious diarrhea every time they eat that meal, or vomiting. Then you know that there's a possibility.
May I just, because I don't know if you were given, how do you know, Dr. the difference between a child who is having an allergy and one that's just plain up?
Yeah.
And wants to be in control. You know those children that won't eat, so that every single, and it becomes a thing, right?
Yes.
Nobody else in the house can, the child just won't eat anything. Everything now revolves around this child and meal times.
Yes.
And actually, and they can do it. My son, who is now 6'4", whatever it was, I remember, went to nursery and refused to eat at nursery. And I'm sure actually it was because his mother worked. It was supposed to be my punishment for working. I'm not kidding. Because this boy will not eat. But when we went to pick him up with a sandwich or whatever it is, he would take it
in the car.
Yes, and eat the food. And eventually, I just decided, so the school called me and said, oh, is it religious? Are you Muslim? Are you this? Are you that? Because they were going through all the different things that, halal, this, whatever it was. Anyway, eventually, just by ignoring the whole situation, and we stopped taking the sandwich to him from after school so that he couldn't, if he sort of starved himself, he would still be hungry until he got home. That was it.
Yeah.
End of. So how do you know the difference between a child who,
So we ask moms two things. One, if it's a plain, like let's say it's eggs, and they always retch after.
Yeah.
If they take eggs and they retch, do they retch if you give them a pancake, which you've used eggs to make? Do they eat cake, or do they, when they've had cake, they say, my tummy, right? So sometimes it's the plain food, sometimes it's what else is it in, and like I said, your child, yeah, your own, so when he doesn't smell it and he just eats it because everybody else is there, he doesn't. But there are some children who have a real, and they will be consistent with that response. Some of them may not refuse to eat. They may just throw up after every time. We had this experience where I just moved back. We just assumed he was drinking Chapman. I couldn't imagine what was going on. But it was suya. That's how we discovered that he had this horrible peanut allergy. And it was suya. And it was just this day when he started this terrible cycle of vomiting again. And it was at our best man's house. And his wife came in and said, oh my God, did he have any of the chicken? It's got peanuts in it. And then the penny dropped. So we don't necessarily know, but the consistency of the behavior and the predictability of the symptoms will tell you that this is an allergy versus a child acting up. Because very likely if you presented the same foods that he was getting in school to him at home or in a place where he and his friends were, he'll be fine, he'll eat. That tells you.
And I think when in doubt, even though we're telling you all this, just go to a doctor, a pediatrician, honestly, because you're not going to remember half of what has been said now.
Yeah.
You know your child, you're concerned. So your gut feeling, that is one thing for even you as adults. If there's something, that intuition is telling you something is wrong with my child, please don't wait and hear what happened to the person living next door or your colleague. Take your child to a pediatrician, or take yourselves if you're feeling something, because there's something that tells you, whether it's Holy Spirit or your intuition, listen to that Holy Spirit and go and meet a doctor, because God is going to direct that person you're going to meet to cure you. Abi? That's how it works. But don't ignore that thing that is telling you, this child, no. Just go to a pediatrician. They'll tell you, they're the experts. They see it all the time. That's why they have specialists.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for that. That's a very good question. Yeah. Because I remembered my son this morning there's a difference between allergy and doing shakara. I said, come on. He said, no, Daddy, I'm not eating. I said, hey, I don't like it. I said, this is not allergy. Eat that food. So it's not allergy. And he ate the food well. So sometimes, there's a thin line between shakara and allergy. Praise the Lord. All right. So the last question is Ewa going healthy, especially with the one with excess oil?
I think they've answered the question themselves, right?
Yes, excess.
Ewa going is okay.
Yes.
It's the excess oil.
That's that oil, that palm oil that has been fried until it's black.
Yes.
And then you pour it on top, and the oil she cools down the thing. So ewa on its own is beans, is protein. See that over fried
That's
pepper.
But that's what sweet, Abi. That is the that's the reason. That's the whole point of the ewa going. That's the whole reason. That's the point behind the ewa going.
That's the going. That's the going. I'm just telling you. I said the ewa itself is okay. See that you are going, whatever you're calling it. It even feels like sand.
Sand, yeah, very sandy.
Sandstone that you have really broken. It has been over fried. It is black. It is always black. I've never seen a light one that looks like stew. Have you ever lying? That's the ones I've seen.
With agege bread. With agege bread.
Everything in moderation. I've seen some people pour it on top of it, and I'm just like, each bite that you're eating is such a disaster. And the person and you're swallowing something bad. But everything in moderation. If you put a little bit on top of it and you mix the beans well, you avoid, when they're giving it to you, just say, please remove the extra oil. Just give me the over fried part, black part on it. And then you mix it and you eat it.
Sorry, you've lost the men in the house. I'm sorry.
The women do the cooking. Women,
no, they don't buy it. They buy it from the restaurant, from the roadside.
I'm telling you, that you don't like all the excess.
I don't think they're going to have us here back. They're not going to have us back next year.
No, they want to hear.
They're not going to have us back next year.
No. It's sweet, but it ain't that sweet.
Let's clap for our speakers. That's good. So, for the men in the house, you can eat the ewa, leave the going.
Oh, just once in a while.
Can I just say something about labeling? I know you're talking about anti-cancer. You're not going to, if you look at the label, you're actually not going to find anti-cancer. They don't write it like that. But foods that you look at and they have antioxidants. They're called antioxidants. They help you fight against carcinogenic substances. So look for the antioxidant. Avoid MSG.
Oh boy.
MSG is what makes things sweet. You see all those meat tenderizers that makes it sweet. That white thing that you put in to boil your meat. Don't use it. Don't use it. There's some Maggi too that are bad. I'm just trying to tell you now. There are other seasonings that you can use rather than use those ones. There are lots of seasonings.
Many.
And they will season your food well. I don't use Maggi. You can't find Maggi in my house. You can't find, and anything I look at, if I see a new seasoning, chicken seasoning, or if I see MSG, I'm putting it down. MSG. Yeah. They write it there. When you go to and buy Chinese, sometimes they put a sign, MSG, and they put a line across it. They're telling you that we have not put MSG in it, because they know. But that's what makes things sweet. So when you look at labeling, which is what we try to promote in government when we're trying to let people know how to eat safe, read the labels. You go to all these supermarkets and all that. Look at it and say, what was that thing that they told us in church? Or this one has MSG. They're not going to write MSG. They're going to write monosodium glutamate. Yeah. Remove it. It is carcinogenic. Too much of it in your food every single day. Yes, it predisposes you to cancer. But when you see antioxidants, that it contains antioxidants, those are good. Your fruits, all those things, all the vegetables in your diet. Make sure when they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, they mean it. Yeah. Vegetables, colorful ones, whether it's green with orange, with red, mix it up, make it look attractive. Women, to your husbands. You know the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But make sure the food that is going in his stomach is good too, so that he can be healthy, and you all eat together, so you're all eating the same thing. So just look at things like that. Colorings are not really the best. And she had mentioned about water and having coloring in it. It's bad. It's bad. And also, let me just tell you, if you love Coke, Fanta, and all that, we all do. We all drink sodas. One can of Coke has 9 cubes of sugar. 9. So imagine if I give you 9 cubes of sugar and tell you to eat it now. You're going to say, too sweet. But when you finish that can of Coke, that bottle of Coke, you've just eating 9 cubes of sugar. So those are basic little things that you can start from today. Drink plenty water. Yeah. Look at what you're eating. how long you're frying something for. We all had them ram meats and whatever. Ram meat is even okay. All those palm and all those things that all these fatty things. Cut them off out of your diet. It will really help. Everything in moderation. Not too much rice. I eat rice virtually almost every day, but it's little. Make sure your effort is there. We are really rich in good organic food. Yeah. So keep it up like that and you stay healthy. You want to avoid cancer, you want to avoid illnesses, eat right, you want to have nice babies, you want to be fertile, eat well, stay healthy. It's all about food. Keep your body going. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very, very much. Please let's clap for this intellectual powerhouse.
Thank you.
Let's rise and clap for them. This comes to the end of this session. So we believe with this plenty point of ours, we've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that good food is good for your health. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, can we keep clapping for our speakers? Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you.
Can we keep clapping, please, for our speakers? Even as they exit the auditorium.
Yeah.
Keep it going, keep clapping. Thank you very much, sirs and Mars. It's been such an honor to have them at the Household of David and at the Health and Vitality Conference. I'm sure we are pretty exhausted and stretched from series after series of lectures, but then I'm also sure that our quality of life is going to improve after this meeting today.
Definitely.
I was particularly relieved when Dr. Odunsi made that balance for us. At least if I eat shawarma on Monday and I eat a 4 on Tuesday, I'll be fine, right?
You balance it out.
So you balance it out. All right then. So we're going to do something fun now, all right? Just for the last activity of the day before we all go. All right, so earlier on we had said we're going to engage and test our knowledge from everything that we have learned here today. So we're going to be having a quiz session right about now. It's going to be fun, it's going to be engaging, it's going to be very, very interactive, and of course, we're going to have prizes for our winners. So I've just been informed that the prizes for our winners has been increased from 5 persons to 10 persons, courtesy of Marcel Ruth Cancer Center. So can we please give a round of applause to Marcel Ruth for that? For the generosity. So this is how we'll participate. Media, can you help me here? So they're going to display a barcode on the screen right now. Okay? So if you look at the multimedia screen, you should be seeing the barcode right about now. So good. So pick out your phones. Remember, this is a time-bound quiz, all right? Everything will be timed so we can select our winners appropriately. So bring out your phones. Can you see the screens? It's too far. I'm blocking you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
How about now? All right. So bring out your phones or other devices that you have. Scan the barcode. If you're unable to scan the barcode, you can just visit the website joinmyquiz.com and then enter the unique code 682502. We have just 2 minutes to join the quiz.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. This is your opportunity
to
win yourself free comprehensive health care. If you have been listening so far, now is the time to put it to good use. Scan the QR code. If you are unable, joinmyquiz.com, and that is the unique code that you need.
93 participants. 96.
You have just 2 minutes, remember.
There's at least 300 persons in this auditorium at the moment. So what's going on? Let's join. 107. If you're unable to scan the barcode, just go to the website joinmyquiz.com and enter the unique code 682502. We have just 1 more minute to join. 1 more minute. Are we set? No. Okay.
I'm sure some of us feel like we're about to write an exam. Yes. If you have been listening so far,
I'm seeing some emojis, I'm seeing some reactions.
Now is the examination.
Are we set yet?
Are we ready?
No, still? That's interesting. You can just scan the barcode on the screen or go to joinmyquiz.com and enter the unique code 682502.
and it will bring you right to the quiz pages. Don't worry, the questions are very, very straightforward, simple, and easy to answer.
Yes,
but are you going to win? We'll find out in a moment. 221 participants. Okay, I'll give a countdown of 30 seconds, then I'll close out the link to join. 30 seconds, and I'll close out the link to join. All right? The questions are simple, easy to understand. Just take your time to understand it and read it. Okay?
Read carefully. Select your best answers.
All right, let's stop registration. Are we ready yet? Start answering the questions now. So, we are going to be giving prizes to the top 11 participants, right? The participants who scored the most and then are on the leaderboard are going to win prizes. The first, of course, winning the comprehensive health check, and then the other 10 persons are going to be winning surprise gift packages courtesy of Marcel Root Cancer Center and Hospital. So we have 3 minutes to answer the questions. Okay, let's make that 5. 5 minutes to answer the questions. So, media, can you help with a countdown or a timer somewhere so we monitor this and keep it regulated? You have just 5 minutes to answer the questions.
Select your best answers. If you have been paying attention, now is the time. I can see some people are asking from their neighbor. Now you can't phone a friend. Whatever you have learned so far is what you are going to feel there.
Okay, this just got a lot more interesting. I've just been updated that the number of winners has been increased to 21. So our top 21 responders, all right, are going to go away with surprise packages today. So 12 people are going to win comprehensive health checks courtesy of Marcel Root's Cancer Center. 10 people are going to also win gift packages courtesy of Marcel Root Cancer Center. How about that time and media?
It's getting hotter. How is it going? How is it going?
So right about now, we should have 1 minute more to complete this test. 1 more minute. All right, please end the quiz now.
All right.
It's 5 minutes
We're about
now.
to see our 21 winners. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Are you excited? Are you tense? Are you anxious?
I think we should play that sound. Ta-da-da-da.
End the quiz. Who is Mary Aqua?
Mary Aqua.
Mary Aqua, are you here? She's here. Mary Aqua, are you here in the auditorium?
Is she here?
Okay, we have a comprehensive health check package for you.
Wow.
Courtesy of Marcel
Celebrate
Root
the
Cancer
champion.
Center.
Come on.
First of all, are you in the medical team? No, you're not. Okay, fair ground, first. All right, so just see us after the quiz and then redeem your prize. Thank you very much.
Celebrator. That's
So
a
our
scholar
second
right
person,
there.
second person is
It's
Simi.
Simi. Which Simi?
Oh, interesting. But then that's arguable because I know two more Simis in the household of David. So which Simi is this? How do we identify you? This Simi? You are sure? Are you from the media team?
Oh, wow.
All right, then give it up for Simi then. Thank you very much. Okay, so Simi, if you're in the auditorium, please move towards the left side of the auditorium here to redeem your prize. Mary Ukwa as well, if you're around, please come to the left side of the auditorium.
So if you have been called, please come out to the left side of the auditorium. So we have 11 health check and 10 gift packs.
All right, so our third winner is Covenant, scoring 15,700 points. Well, we have scholars here. Covenant, are you here?
Covenant, are you here? Please proceed. Oh,
That's
stand
you?
up, scholar.
Please stand, sir. Are you shy?
Stand with pride. Stand with pride. Come on. Please
Can we give a round of applause to our winners?
Side of the hall.
Congratulations, Covenant. So please see Dr. Yewande just over here to redeem your prize. Okay? All right. So our fourth winner. Who is L?
Who is L?
I have L in my name, so it can be me too. I can claim it.
It could be me as well. Lazarus, comfort. Who is L?
Who is L? All right, so we're going to invalidate that one because we can identify you. You were supposed to register with your complete name for identification purposes. So, L, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So sorry.
So the next name is Unaemeka Aja.
Unaemeka Aja, are you here?
Unaemeka Aja. Oh, celebrating. Please proceed to the left side of the hall.
Congratulations,
then
sir.
We have Bodurin Oshikomaya.
That's surprising. She participated. That's fun.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We're going to skip that one and move just to the next person.
The next person is Will. Will.
Who is Will? Oh, Williams.
Williams.
Interesting. So please come this way to redeem your prize.
Please come to the...
And then we also have...
Moyo Sola.
Shorungbe. Okay, I love the energy.
GIC people came prepared today.
I love the energy. I love the energy. Congratulations, Moyo. Then the next winner is Dami. Dami.
Dami.
Director Dami. What do I say to you now, ma? But of course, there's still a prize for you. You participated. So I won't say come to the auditorium on this side, but we'll see you after the quiz. All right, next winner is Busola. Are you here? Busola. Who is Busola? She's not here? Okay, next person.
Next is Ifoma. Ifoma, are you here? Ifoma, oh, celebrate Ifoma.
Congratulations, Ifoma.
Congratulations. The next person is David Tayo.
Are you here, David?
Tayo. Please celebrate David. Come on.
I know David.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. Next person here is Ayo Daily. If you're in the auditorium, congratulations. Please move this way to redeem your prize. Then we also have Elizabeth Aqua. That's the sister
Is that
of
the
Mary.
sister? Are they related?
It's a family business.
Are you
I
related
see.
to Mary? Oh, wow.
It's a family business, I see. Congratulations, ma'am.
Okay. The next is Isaac. Beautiful, beautiful. People were really paying attention. Oh, that's lovely.
I see. All right.
All right. We have Jade Sola.
Are you here, Jade?
Is Jade Sola here?
All right. Congratulations, Jade Sola. Next winner here is Fridaline. Oh, that's a unique name. Fridaline Ifedolakbo. Are you here? Congratulations, Frida. Next winner is Dave Ayo. Dave Ayo. Congratulations, sir. All right.
Okay, we have, this is unique. We have Michogbo. Is that correct? Yes, Michogbo, are you here? Oh, celebrating, beautiful. The next person is Oluwayemisi. Oluwayemisi. Is Oluwayemisi here? Okay, we skip that. Precious Chinecherim. Precious Chinecherim.
Oh, you won. Congratulations. So, seeing as we omitted 2 persons who are not in the auditorium with us here today, we are going to be taking 2 more persons who are on the leaderboard here. Do we agree? Fair enough, right? All right, so our next winner is going to be Ola Tutu. Are you here? She's not here too. Oh, okay. Next winner is going to be Agunshoye.
With that. Is it the man behind the camera? Wow.
Okay.
Okay. And our final winner for today is Sandra Prudence.
Congratulations, Sandra. Congratulations. All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating. I'm sure we've had an amazing time here today at the Health and Vitality Conference 2.0. It's been a blessed time. We've learned so much, and I believe that the quality of our lives are going to improve significantly if we put to use all the information that we have learned here today. Remember again that we have our exhibitors towards the left side of the auditorium, and then they have different packages to share with us and some information to share with us as well. And then there is free medical testing, fasting blood sugar, still blood sugar testing, hypertension checks, blood pressure checks, hepatitis, and then some other testings as well. You can access those free services, right? Yes. There's also a consultation if you need to see an ophthalmologist, an optometrist, a doctor, and then there's free drug dispensation as well. Please be sure to access each of these services and really get the benefits of attending the Health and Vitality Conference.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you so much for being part of us today. And we'll see you next year at the Health and Vitality Conference 3.0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and God bless you. If you're not a member of the Household of David, we have our services here tomorrow at 8 a.m., 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. And we'll be happy to have you join us. All right? Thank you very much and God bless you.
See you next year.